Hey, I'm Viktor Sokolovsky from the CodeSpace company. I would like to welcome you to the MStage conference fully dedicated to the Microsoft technology stack. As you probably remember, conference was initially planned on February 25, but early morning, February 24, changed everything. Russia sneaky attacked Ukraine. Vladimir Putin started the blood massacre. Today, 37th day of the war. Despite this, we finally decided to run the conference. Conference runs in the pre-recorded format. This means that all videos were recorded before the war, so you will see smiling faces and a lot of fun, instead of sadness you can see today. A few words by 15 minutes break, and of course you will have a bigger break for your lunch. In case of keynote, it will be streamed to all tracks simultaneously. Before we start, I would like to say thank you to our sponsors, Luxoft Company and Wirex. Thank you very much. Let's run the conference.
Greetings, everyone. Thanks for joining me today. I'll be your guide to a journey through the top ways to deliver your code to the cloud. My name's Brian Benz. I'm a cloud advocate for Microsoft. Let's get started. So we're going to talk about four specific things today. We're going to talk about what is DevOps. We're going to talk about DevOps with GitHub specifically. I'm going to show a demo, which is most of the presentation about DevOps in action. We're actually going to take a GitHub repo. We're going to deploy it to an Azure App Service. And I'll show you all the steps you have to go through to make that happen. Not only that, but every time there's an update to the app after that, there would be a push to the app service again. Last but not least, I'm going to talk to you about how you can keep your investments as well. So let's get started. So we're going to talk a little bit about what is DevOps, just so everyone's on the same page. This is a great quote from a colleague of mine, Donovan Brown. DevOps is a union of people, process, and products to deliver to enable the continuous delivery of value. And the main things to focus on there is people, process, products, and value. Each one of those things is important, so let's break them down. People. You hear this all the time. It works on my machine. Why? I don't know why it's not working in production or in your machine. Who's supporting what? Who's actually solving a problem? Who's responsible for a problem that we found? Where's my code? Where is the code stored? Where is the code in the process for a new feature that's coming up? How can I get an update, not just to the software, but to the project in general? And how's the timeline going? Where is everything at in terms of our delivery dates? These are the kinds of things that people need to know when you're working on a good software project. Basically, the way to handle that is through process and products. So it's incredibly important to have a good process. Here's a typical software development lifecycle with planning, developing, testing, release, and monitor and learn. Each one of these things is very, very key. Quite often, monitor and learn is the thing that's overlooked in product software development because you're so busy just delivering on the features that were asked and making the deadlines that you might not have a look back and reflect on, did this update actually solve the problem it was intended to solve? It's a harder problem than most people think. And if you have a good process, then the planning, developing, and testing, releasing will all support monitoring and learning to make sure that everything was delivered and you have time to actually reflect on what was done and what needs to be done in the future. Products are key to this as well. So you have your people, you've got a good process. Now you need products to support the people in the process. At Microsoft, we have GitHub. We have Visual Studio and we have Visual Studio Code for developers. We have several other tools as well, but those are the ones we're going to highlight today. And then for delivery, we have Azure Pipelines, we have GitHub Extensions, and what we're going to focus on today is GitHub Actions. Managing and securing, and this is part of monitoring and learning as well. Making sure that we have Azure policies in place where you can actually force compliance to organizational rules and actually external governmental rules or any other compliance requirements you might have. Azure Automation that helps implement policies and security, and also Azure Security Center. Microsoft literally spends billions of dollars on keeping ahead of the latest security threats out there in the software world. All right, so how do we deliver on those? Just a little deep dive in some of these. We're going to focus on GitHub today, but we do have other things as well. We have Azure Boards, we have Azure Pipelines. Azure Boards are Kanban boards, a great way to organize your tasks so that the people who are planning things can pass communications on to the developers and the testers about what they're expecting. It's a great way to integrate with GitHub as well. I strongly recommend you have a look at that if you aren't using Kanban boards or need to integrate it into your GitHub workflows or any kind of DevOps workflows you have. There's also Azure Pipelines, which is a robust way for deploying software with multi-stage environments and tons of integration with other software. We have Azure Artifacts for storing artifacts and Azure Test Plans for testing. But today we're going to focus on GitHub because I'm going to show you GitHub Actions and I'll talk a little bit about extensions as well. How we integrate with Azure and other clouds. This is not just, I'm going to show demos that deploy to Azure, but you could actually do similar things with third-party offerings that are part of the GitHub ecosystem in the Actions marketplace that you can use to deliver multi-cloud deployments as well. One thing I wanted to mention, in case you haven't been keeping up, GitHub was purchased by Microsoft many years ago now, and at the time, private repos were charged. There was a charge for private repos, and there was a charge for team repos. Both of those are free to a certain point now, so I urge you to have a look at that. And code spaces. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about code spaces. So GitHub, for those who might not be familiar, most folks are at this point. It's kind of like the seatbelt instructions on an airplane. I think GitHub is around. It's been around for a while. It's the largest developer platform on earth. Most developers have heard of it. Here's some of the stats. One of the things I like to show here, because I don't always have the most up-to-date stats in this slide, it changes every day. GitHub itself produces this report called the State of the Octaverse. So there's 40 million developers when we created that slide, but they've actually, this is pretty cool. They go and they produce this every year, and it basically is an analysis of all the GitHub repos they have on their ecosystem. And here's some of the new numbers. 2021, 16 million new users, 61 million new repositories, 73 million more developers on GitHub, and several other things. 170 million pull requests merged. There's a whole bunch of stats here. Great distribution here. The folks in Europe, hello MS Stage. Folks in Europe have a larger cohort than they did last year. And some of the top languages, this is one I really find interesting. So JavaScript, Python has exceeded Java this year. TypeScript is there as well. PHP is a little lower than C#. And you can get a ton of information from here. So I highly recommend that you just search State of the Octaverse and you'll find out more information there about that. But getting back to GitHub, just talking about what you can do with GitHub. It's a great home for developers, of course. It supports CI/CD. It's the world's largest ecosystem for code sharing. And you can deploy to anywhere. On the right, this is definitely not to be neglected. I like to always make this point because I'm going to show Azure, as I mentioned, but you can also deploy to AWS, Google Cloud Platform, on-prem, and other platforms as well. So one of the key features brought into GitHub a few years ago is GitHub Actions. And GitHub Actions basically enable powerful, flexible CI/CD. It's natively integrated with GitHub. It's automated. There's a ton of examples out there. If you need one, you can go to the the GitHub Marketplace and find the action you need. 9 times out of 10, it's already been built and shared, or you might have a vendor that's built one for you. Here's a little shot of the GitHub Marketplace itself. And all of the leading cloud providers do participate in the GitHub repos and the GitHub Actions that we have for Actions. And there's a lot of different languages. I'm actually going to show Java as a language today, but any one of the languages that that you work with daily are going to be represented in GitHub Actions, and has the same exact workflow I'm going to show in our app today. GitHub Mobile. This is something that's overlooked. I use this all the time. It's pretty cool. You can do things like check in on your repos, check in to see if issues have been resolved. You can trigger actions. You can do all kinds of things here. And highly recommend folks check out GitHub Mobile as well. One thing I really like to highlight is Codespaces. So Codespaces is a way to use any browser, so any machine, any browser, to have an integrated development environment into your GitHub repo. Over on the right, where you used to go and grab your Git link, now if you drop down that drop down, you can actually see a whole bunch of new options, and one of those options is run Codespaces in this GitHub repo. And what it'll do is it'll start this thing called a runner, and the runner actually runs Codespaces inside of it, and you can predefine those Codespaces, so you can have a standard for your organization that has Codespaces there, and it's a container that actually runs on top of the Codespaces environment with a customized IDE in that case. All right, so that's just a really brief coverage of what we have to offer at Microsoft and for DevOps and deploying your apps to the cloud. And let's get right into the demo. I'm going to show a little bit about A/B testing, blue-green deployments, and let's get started. So the first thing I like to show is the actual app itself. So this is the end result. This is a totally different app that I built a while ago. It's just a simple little app with Bit, our developer advocate. And one of the things I'm going to show you here, so there's two things I'm going to show you, is the app. This is running on Azure Web Apps. If you look at the URL up at the top here, .azurewebsites.net is a giveaway for that. I'm going to show you something you can do with this. You can turn on and off features in this running application without having to redeploy it by using what we call app configuration. In this case, I've got an app configuration tool called DevOps for GitHub Features. And if I go down to my feature manager, I've got a feature that's been enabled, a feature flag. I can disable this flag. And what's going to happen now is if I go in here and refresh, eventually, takes a second sometime. There it is. So what happens is Bit disappears. I just want to show you you can add or delete features by just changing this feature flag. And by the way, I can set up this one flag to enable or disable multiple different applications as well. So let's go back. I just re-enabled it. And there he is. He's back again. Okay, so that you give an idea of what feature flags can do. You can also do A/B testing with those, and I'm going to cover that towards the end of the presentation as well. So to get started with this, I'm going to show you the portal for Azure. This is portal.azure.com. For those of you who have a subscription, you're probably familiar with this. If not, if you go to portal.azure.com, you can sign up for a free trial. And basically what I do, I organize things in my Azure portal the way that I work, and that is highly recommended for everyone. For me, because I do a lot of presentations, so I break it down by events that I'm doing or demos that I have. In this case, this is my MS Stage page, and I've got some Markdown over here. And I've got something called an Azure Resource Group here. So an Azure Resource Group is a way of grouping new or grouping application resources into a logical container. It's not a Docker container or anything like that. It's just a way of storing things and relating them to each other in Azure. So that's what resource groups are called. And inside my resource group, I've got several applications here, but I'm actually going to create a new application in this case, an Azure Web App, And we're going to take some code from this repo, bbenz DevOps for Java Shops test feature flags. And you can look that up in my repos. If you go to bbenz, DevOps for Java Shops test feature flags is there, and you can follow along. I even have a sample GitHub workflow that we're going to use to enable an action in there. So anyway, to do that, what I want to do is just go new, web app, create. I'm going to create a new web app. The resource group I want to use in this case is called DevOps for Java Shops. The web app name is going to be called MS Stage Demo. Yeah, you got the little check mark there. That means that it's an existing one that we can use. We're going to use code. We're going to use Java in this case. And I've actually got to pull this down. I always forget to do that. It's because I've got the text enlarged, so I don't see things the way that you might see them when you're looking at the dashboard. Java SE is the thing you want. And then we're going to have a app service plan. It's in, I already know it's in West US 2. These are all the locations we have. And we're going to use our Java Shops application environment that we already have created. Next, we look at deployment. And we're going to enable continuous delivery. And we're actually going to connect to that GitHub repo I showed you over there. So we're going to use bbenz for the GitHub. We're going to have the organization, bbenz. I'm going to choose the repository called DevOps for Java Shops Test Feature Flags. And we're going to use the main branch. There are no other branches in this particular one. And what this is going to do, it's going to create a GitHub Actions workflow. And once that workflow is created, we have to go and fix it because it's going to crash the first time. And I'm going to show you why. It's important that I showed you that feature manager in advance so you understand how this is actually going to happen. For this case, it's a demo app, so we don't need to enable application insights, but it is pretty cool. You can keep track of your application and monitor it. It just adds a little time to the demo. So I'm going to skip it this time. And I'm also going to skip tags, but tags are a way of organizing things across different resource groups inside of your cloud environment that you have set up with your subscription. I'm going to say create. And what this is going to do, okay, so deployment is in progress. Great. So what it's done is it's connected to my GitHub repo. I had already put my password in advance. Normally it asks you for your password. Now, if I go back into my repo, you're going to see something here. You should see a GitHub action. Not yet. Okay, let's see the workflows. Yep, there it is. So the MS Stage demo is actually there. So we go back into Actions now. There we go. So there it is. The Azure App Service workflow. It created a default template workflow for us. But there's one problem. So this is going to fail. We'll just let it fail. And then I'll explain to you what happened. Because this is important. I could show you the really simple demo where you just deploy stuff and wow, look, it works. But this is 9 times out of 10, you need some extra stuff inside your application to connect to other things in the cloud or on-prem or anywhere else. So you do need to have a little bit of information about how that works behind the scenes. So behind the scenes, if you remember, I showed you this feature manager. So the feature manager turns on and off this bit. Now, how do you actually connect the feature manager, which is a totally different thing from the app service that we just created? Well, you create it through a, if we go into the feature manager itself, there is a access keys. Don't worry, they're encrypted. So they're hidden. And I want this connection string. So basically what I've done is I've taken this connection string in advance, actually, and I've copied it into my GitHub repo. You put that in settings under secrets for actions. So here's the secrets. And actually there's a bunch of publishing profiles too. I should have deleted these old ones, but you can see the one that just got created. So this publishing profile connects my GitHub repo to my app service. That's a very important. That was created automatically when I connected the two together as part of this deployment process. The one I wanted to show you was this app configuration connection string. This is the string that you need to connect the app service to the feature manager. And it would be the same idea if you're connecting to a database or anything else. The idea here is you can have all the code in your GitHub repo, but these secrets are only available to you and a select number of people who are authorized to look at them and see them. Even if I want to update this right now, it's not going to show me the old one. It's actually going to hide it, and I have to just paste a new one in. So the security is there, and there's a couple different ways you could do that, but this is a really good way to do it with app configuration connection string. So the reason why this is going to fail, let's go back to that repo for a second, actions, and there it is, it failed. The reason why it failed is because I didn't set up that connection string yet. The string is in my repo, but I don't have it instructed in that template that got created to connect to the app service. All right, so if we go into the code and we go into GitHub Workflows, MS Stage Demo. So what I need to do here is right here, I need to paste some code. Well, luckily, I have the code. If you go down here, for anyone who wants to follow along this later, you can find the code to actually reference that here in this file, which is called provided GitHub workflow YAML. So let's go back to our code again. GitHub workflows. We're going to edit this, and we're going to add that right where it should be, which is right. Whoops, I have to edit this file. And by the way, you probably shouldn't do it this way. You should probably, for the case of a demo, I could do it this, but if you normally want to do this, you probably want to make a local clone, save it, and then commit it. But this is going to do a similar commit right now. It's just everything else is the same, but this is just going to use that app configuration connection string. It also uses that publish profile that we have here to actually publish things to the app. All right, so let's start that commit. And add secret to YAML. Okay, commit changes. We're going to commit directly to the main branch. Once again, if you got a bunch of people working on this, not a good idea to do it like this because you might overwrite or create a conflict with the workflow if anyone else is working on it as well. All right, but in this case, what's going to happen now is that commit is going to trigger a new add circuit to the YAML. But we're not done yet. We're actually not done yet. Now, that is great for deploying the app and connecting the app, because what happens inside this build is it needs to be able to reference in the Maven here, which is a package manager in Java if you're not familiar with it. Inside Maven here, it needs to be able to reference that secret in order to build the jar file that gets deployed to the Azure App Service. Okay, so that's going to work, but then the app itself doesn't have that reference to the feature flag yet. It's a brand new app, and as you saw, I created it right in front of you. It didn't have that. So anyway, the build succeeded this time. The deployment's going to succeed, but the app itself is not going to work. So let's just hang out here for a second and see how the deployment goes. And there we are. Deployment happened. So if we go into the deploy stage and we go deploy to Azure Web App, I can see that it has deployed to msstagedemo.azurewebsites.net. I'm going to click on this. It's not going to work. Bum, bum, bum. There you go. Application error. Yay. And actually, because this is the actual correct URL that we want to get to that particular Java app, it's still going to give us an error. Now, there's a couple things you can do at this point. Here's something cool. msstagedemo.scm. So you can actually look in, this is something called Kudu, and it's something you can use to do a little analysis on this web app. And this works on any web app as long as you have access to the web app itself. If you try it on mine, it's not going to work because you're not authenticated. But I can go in, for example, and I can look at the root of this, and I can see that the jar file that we want to run, actually deployed correctly. Everything's good. All right. The next thing we want to do, we can look at deployments, and you can see that there's a deployment record, and it doesn't look like there's any errors in there, so that's great. There's all kinds of things you can do in here as well in terms of files and Docker logs and things you can just to analyze the application. But I already know what's wrong with it, so I'm cheating a little bit here. I just wanted to give you a little demo of what you can do with that. So let's go into the actual app itself. That's this one here. So your deployment is complete. And what we want to do is we want to go to the app itself. Go to resource. It's right there in front of me. Okay. And from here, I can go into my configuration. And what I want to do here is I want to add a, not a connection string. In this case, it's an application setting. New application setting, and I know it's called app configuration connection string. Have you seen I've tested this before? Let me get that string, which I have hidden off screen. I trust you guys, but I can't do this. Microsoft frowns on us sharing all this info. Okay. Put this in here. Okay. So that creates the connection between the feature flag. So I'm going to save this between the feature flag and the app service. Now it should work. There is one more thing I might have to do. I can't remember if I already did it, but let's just test this out. So if I go back to overview here, okay. I'm not using log4j, so that's okay. msstagedemo.azurewebsites.net. Takes a second to load up. Takes a second to load up. Okay, so that is a good error message. That's the error message you want. Because now, when we go welcome, hey, there we go. So that's a cool thing. So the application is working. If I go into the feature manager, so now if I turn off, just to illustrate this, if I go into the feature manager, I turn off this feature. Not only will it work in my new MS Stage demo application, if I refresh it a couple times, there we go, but it will also work in the previous application that I showed you that I had pre-baked. Now, if I turn it back on, it turns it back on in both. So that gives you an idea of the kinds of things you can do with the feature flags inside of there. Another thing you can do, I can actually add a feature flag. I mentioned A/B testing. Don't forget the A/B testing I mentioned. So let's do A/B test. I can create a feature filter for this. So it's not just manually turning it on and off. I can target it, and the targeting allows you to set certain locations and regions for this, or certain groups of folks who are going to reach out to it. You can adjust the percentage. So the default percentage could be 50%. So 50% of a certain group of people or a predefined set of users is going to see a new feature and the others won't. Or your account managers can see something on the same website as your customers that they can't see. Things like that. Or you can set up a time window. So if you have a holiday coming up and you want to put a banner on the page saying something about the way things are going to change in your organization for the holiday, you can put that up and you can set a start date and time for that. The last but not least, you can set up a custom, and the custom can be a percentage, targeting, or window. And with these, you can set up a JSON. You can predefine some JSON that gets put in here. You can say percentage, for example, 50. And when you set that up, the 50% will be, it's going to actually set this up. You can move contexts and add them up and down as well. I won't apply it here, but you get the idea. So there's a whole bunch of different things you can do with the feature flags to do A/B testing. And let's talk about blue-green deployments as well. So if we go back into the app service itself, here it is here. there's something called deployment slots. And deployment slots are cool. Right now, it's just this one application for the deployment slot. But if I want to, I can add a slot, and we'll call this beta. Add this slot. Takes a second. And what this will do is it'll create another endpoint for this web app. It's taking a little while there. There we go. Okay. So we got this. I can change this to 50-50. So this is another way to do A/B testing where the people will hit the website instead of using Feature Manager. If you just want to have everything standalone in your app service, this is a second way you can do A/B testing. So you set up 50% of the people will see the beta version of this, and you can deploy to the beta with actions just the way you deploy to the main production environment. And 50% of the people will see the new features in the beta. And you can also do this thing called swap. And what swap will do is take beta, put it into production, take production, put it into beta. That's another way to do it as well. And what that'll do is just quickly swap everything out into production. And if something goes wrong, nothing ever does, of course, but if anything ever does, you can swap them back, which is kind of handy as well. You can also do blue-green deployments this way. So you can slowly adjust who sees the website until 99% of the people are seeing the new version, and then just swap it over using the swap or simply deploying to the production environment with the same exact environment using a separate GitHub action. So that's the kind of thing you can do with that. I'm going to discard that. All right, so I showed you how to set up from a brand new web app to connect that to your GitHub repo, and then connect that GitHub repo, set up a couple of settings. Oh, one other feature that I should mention that's important here. If you go into configuration, so I mentioned before I might need to have this setting set up, and I wasn't sure if I did it or not. General settings, there is another thing here for a startup command. So if you have to have a startup command, for example, if you need, in this case, this was actually automatically selected by the container that's running inside the app service. But if you have a startup command that you need to actually make your container start, you can do that right here in the startup command. And there's a few other things you can do here to make sure that you have, for example, require a client certificate for connected applications as well, and a couple other settings. I won't go into all the details, but that's kind of cool. And then, of course, if you have a connection string for a database, you put that in here. These are all, when you edit this, you can see that their settings are encrypted at rest and transmitted over an encrypted channel. You can choose to display them in plain text, and that's not a good idea. But you can also set up environment variables. There's also a thing called Azure Key Vault you can use for connecting that as well. All right, so that's building the app. We got the app going. Let's refresh it a couple times. There's a bit back because I re-enabled that. So everything's back to normal. Okay. All right, so that's the demo. I showed you, end-to-end from app service connecting to a GitHub repo. Oh, and by the way, if I make any changes to that GitHub repo because of the way the action is set up, any changes that we push to the main branch will trigger a new build and a new deployment out to Azure. There are ways to control that, to put in security as well. Obviously, you don't want to have things going straight to production whenever something gets pushed to your repo. There's different ways organizationally. You can set up a fork and pull arrangement where people issue pull requests, and then you update the main branch with those pull requests after you run some tests and things. There's also manual and automated security that you can build into your action to do that. But I just want to show you a really, really, really simple action for that. All right, so let's say you like GitHub Actions, but you're already invested in DevOps. And if you're invested in DevOps already, that's not a problem. Here's that software development lifecycle that we talked about earlier. Plan and track, development test, release, and monitor and learn. There are a ton of applications here that you might already be using to do some of this stuff. Let's say you're using Jenkins or GitLab for doing your building and your testing, and you've made quite an investment in that infrastructure organizationally. So say you have Chef and Puppet for rolling out and managing your infrastructure, or Ansible. Not a problem at all. We have inside of GitHub Actions and also inside of Azure Pipelines a ton of integrations. We work directly with a lot of these partners to make sure that the tools you're familiar with still work with what we have here. So for example, if you do build and test with GitLab or Jenkins, and you might have some infrastructure tests on your application using any of these tools here, you can still use those. And then you pass the actual compiled binaries to GitHub Actions or to Azure Pipelines. And you can store those artifacts. GitHub actually has an artifact storage as well. So not just Actions, you can actually do package management as well. And as well as Azure Pipelines has one too. Both of those have integrations that you can use for building those, doing your build and test outside of our environment. And then what you do is you add Azure tools, Azure Pipelines, GitHub Actions into that for deployment. And the reason why you want to do that is because you have an integrated environment. As you saw there with that published profile in GitHub Actions, for example, you have an integrated environment where you can control who has access to your production applications and who actually gets the right to push to your repo and control your code. So there's a whole bunch of security and compliance requirements that you want to think about when you're doing deployments that you don't necessarily need to worry about when you're doing build and test. Other than that, there's some third-party tools you can get that do all kinds of compliance checking on your dependencies and your applications. For example, if you're using some open source libraries and packages, that's really valuable as well. And last but not least, I want to show you just how you enable that. So let's go back into the browser here. I mentioned before, so here's my action. That's the one that worked. Now, if I go to just to the main page here, I mentioned that code. So I can go to code spaces now, and I can actually set up a new code space for this environment. And inside that environment, I can pretty much do anything I want to that I did before. And I can set up a code environment in my VS Code. So if I'm using Visual Studio Code Desktop, which is our open source text editor, you can actually do that. I just want the light theme. Why are they making me do this? Okay. I don't actually need to do that. So the code is over here. So I can just start working with the code. So if I look, for example, in my GitHub, if I want to mess with that YAML, it's right here. This is in a container. So when I'm done, I actually need to push this to my repo. So this is separate. What happens is GitHub Actions will grab my repo, put it into a container, and when it's running in this container, it's actually a separate version, as if it was running on a local machine or elsewhere. It's not directly editing your YAML file the way I did on the GitHub action to add the secret. It's not doing that. So if I add the secret here, then I actually have an edited file, and I need to push this back to my GitHub repo before it'll work. And when I'm done here, I can actually save this. This is all in the browser, by the way. If you notice here, here's my other browser tabs. Once I'm done with this, I can just say change YAML again, and I can click here, and it's going to say there's no stage changes because I'm lazy. I didn't stage it first. And I can just say sync, and that's going to do a push and a pull to my GitHub repo, which is separate from my other repo. So when I come back in here, now if I go to Actions, it's actually changed my YAML again, and it's triggered a new build and deployment out to Azure. So that's kind of cool, huh? So there's my GitHub code space. And like I say, you can create these things called dev containers, which controls the environment that you have. If you have an organizational requirement for certain things, you can do that through here. In this case, I just used the default and changed my YAML file, just added a space, and it's just building it and pushing it out, which I know is going to work because I just added a space. That's all right. YAML isn't that finicky, is it? Okay, so that's it. I just wanted to show you that one last little thing. It's kind of cool. All right, and so let's review what is DevOps. Talked about that. DevOps with GitHub, demo, DevOps in action, and you can keep your investments. Here's some docs for this. So everything DevOps at Microsoft is at AKMS DevOps Resource Center. And these are generic DevOps topics for helping your organization get set up with DevOps. And then if you want specific things to Azure, AKMS Azure DevOps Docs is where you need to go. And that's it. Thank you for joining on this journey through the top ways to deliver your code to the cloud. My name is Brian Benz. I'm a cloud advocate at Microsoft, and you can find me on Twitter at bbenz, also on GitHub at bbenz. If you want to look at that repo, you'll be able to actually look at the workflows that I literally just created. They'll be there, just sitting there in the repo. You can't run them, and you can't push to my repo itself, but everything's there. So thanks for joining me, and have a good day.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraini.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello everybody, my name is Radov von Vulea, and for the next 40-45 minutes we will talk about security, about how we can secure our application when we develop solution for cloud, for Azure more precious. Why security is so important? Well, I think that we've seen in the last 2 years a lot of organizations, companies moved very, very fast to cloud. Decided to adopt cloud in different ways, through migration, through greenfield projects, or they realize that their on-prem systems are not enough for the current context, for the current business context, and they decided to do as fast as possible a migration to Azure, to cloud. And this is very important because if you take a look on the internet, there are a lot of best practices, recommendations, how to secure your application, how to write secure code, how to use in a safe way different resources that each cloud vendor is providing. Nevertheless, it is pretty hard to find the right balance between what are the features that you want to implement from the security point of view, which one are mandatory, how you convince the stakeholders, the business one especially, to provide you support by providing time and resources. And the fourth thing is which are the ones from the compliance and governance point of view that is mandatory to have. Finding the right balance between all these four, it's not easy to do. What I aim today is not about giving you the top 10 best practices because they're changing depending a lot of your industry, a lot of what kind of compliance, which countries you are, what kind of application you're building, and so on. And you will find a lot of materials on the internet. What we will do together will be the following. I will take a standard application, and in most of the cases we are building applications where we are using microservices inside a Kubernetes cluster or inside, for example, an Azure App Service, storage like Azure Storage, SQL, Application Insight, and we'll analyze exactly what are the core features that we are forgetting to configure, to take them into account, especially from the development point of view, when we are building a solution. At the end, we'll talk about two additional items. The first one will be about Microsoft Defender for Cloud. The previous name was Azure Security Center plus Azure Defender that merged in one service. And the second thing will be about different tools that we can use for scanning repositories for secrets, passwords, and so on. Before jumping, I would like to present myself. My name is Radu Vonvulea. I'm working as Group Head of Cloud inside Enava, and in my free time I have a blog where I write about technical content, and you can find the content, or if you want to have a chat with me, also you can find me very easily on LinkedIn and Twitter. If you have after the session any kind of questions, throw me a line on Twitter or LinkedIn, and let's have a chat. Good. My first production system in Azure went live in 2020, and starting from there, I think I worked with around, I don't know exactly how many projects in the cloud, but around 80-85% were Azure, and then 50% were AWS. Okay, so let's start. Let's take a look on security. And I think that COVID had a high impact on security, and cloud security, and how we see security. And let me explain you why. Well, the number of cyber attacks in only in EU increased with 250% only in 2020. And that's a huge number. Usually we had around 15-20% increase per year. And now it increased 10 times more, 250%. That's crazy. And this is not all. Wait. Large-scale breaches in 2020 also increased with almost 300%. We are so used to hear every few weeks or days on an online newspaper or on a TV channel that another top Fortune 500 company lost their data or privacy information, and they're available on different markets, on the store, on the dark internet, or you can download it from torrent, and that's crazy. This is happening when you don't invest enough resources to secure your system, and nevertheless, when you know that is enough, when you draw that line, it is enough security based on the business that I'm running. You need to find a balance that you align, and also you need to take some risks, because sometimes you prefer to go with a less security configuration, but to be able to go on the market as soon as possible to not lose business. It's hard from the technical point of view, sometimes it's hard to accept, but in the end, the business can decide what approach they would like to have. Something that astonished me and shocked me was that only in 2020 around 50% of individuals fall for phishing scams while working at home. What does this mean? One of you or me, and because we are two people at this moment in time, fall into a phishing scam in 2020. What does this mean? It doesn't mean that they stole your credit card information or your PayPal password. No. It's more simple than that. It's about that in one way or another, a phishing scam was success, and they were able to get your personal data, email, password, sometimes password, name, some preferences that you have. Basically, in one way or another, you fill a form or some content, and you provide it to them through a fake website, through email, through some forms from Facebook. I don't know exactly what they can do, but basically one of two people fall into this kind of phishing scams. And phishing attacks increased with around 350% in 2020 and in the first quarter of 2021, especially attacking larger organizations. And one good thing happened. Starting especially from the third quarter of 2020, I've seen more and more organizations investing in security education. And that's great. Why? Because it's more important to educate your teams, your people, about what does security means, how they need to be aware of different aspects to identify possible security breach or a phishing attack. Because in this way, they can report if they identify an email that is a little bit spooky, or if they identify, for example, a website that looks very similar to the one that they are using or the organization is providing to their customers. Nevertheless, it's a fake one. So, education related to security, to cybersecurity, it's one of the most important things, and a good one that happened in the last 1 year and a half. It's pretty clear that COVID and everything that happened after 2020 had a high impact on cloud. Only talking about Azure, as you can see, the demand in the first 2-3 quarters of 2020 increased with 70% in APAC, 70% in EMEA, and a very similar value in AMER and Japan. That's a huge number, because usually the demand per year was much lower. This is why for some weeks we've seen in the second quarter of 2020 some cost limitation and some service limitation, especially in Azure, in Azure regions in Europe, meaning that if you wanted to spin up some specific Azure VMs or SQL databases, you are limited. And why? Because CSP providers like Azure, AWS, and GCP were reserving resources to governance, to chemical manufacturer, to healthcare, to life science companies, and so on. And one of the things happened that they were out of resources for a specific type and for specific limit. Also, the increase in cloud workloads by industry was pretty high on insurance, retail, and chemical manufacture. Well, in the chemical manufacture was something that, at least in my case, surprised me, because I'm not working in the industry. And I was not aware about how much computation they are using to do different simulation. And it's a huge business. And one of the top computation and in the end virtual machines consumption inside cloud during that time and still now are chemical manufacture. Insurance, this is not a surprise. I don't know about you, but I don't remember last time when I went in a mall or in a shop to make an insurance for house, for the car. Everything, almost everything now is online, and the one that didn't have yet online platform where you can fill an insurance, now you can do it online. For the same the way how we interact with financial services, like for example a bank. I think the only time that I need to go at this moment in time in the bank is to get a new card, a new credit card, and nothing more than that. And retail, yeah, it increased drastically. Even before 2020, things went pretty crazy, but now we are seeing also in countries and regions where digital and online retail was not such a big deal yet, we see a boom. And I will give you an example. I'm based in Romania. I'm living in a city in the middle of Transylvania called Cluj. Before 2020, we had online shops. There were some platforms from which you could order grocery or from different local shops, something like that. But now, almost all large shops are inside 2 or 3 different platforms, and for free you can order anything, anytime. This was the biggest impact, I would say, from the retail point of view in Romania, in large cities. Okay, the last thing about security before jumping to hands-on is the following. From February to May 2020, more than half a million of people globally were affected by breaches where personal data of video conference users were stolen and sold on the dark web. How they were stolen? Well, I will not give the names of the streaming platforms and on online event platform, but in most of the cases, you're able as an attendee to see the name, the email address, sometimes a Facebook or LinkedIn account, and other details of other attendees. So there were a lot of people that were using bots, that were joining different conferences with fake accounts, of course, and getting data of the people, acquiring data, crawling basically, and getting data from different people of the attendees. And based on that, they were able to define different profiles of people and after that to sell them on the internet. And there were pretty large platforms that were affected by this kind of thing. Nowadays, things look much better, and from what I see, except the name of the person, when you can see it, you are not able to see anything else. Good. I think that it is enough talk, and let's start easily with one of the most common mistakes that we are doing when we are building a web application. What is one of the most of the common mistakes is security, keeping connection strings, passwords in files like access and JSON. Even if you encrypt them, still it is not enough. They are very visible, they are very easily to access and to use. The first thing that you should use at the moment in time where you are using Azure in Visual Studio for a project is to use service dependency. Service dependency is a great feature of Visual Studio and of .NET that is allowing you to store all the connection strings, all the information related to how you connect to different cloud services, to different Azure services in secret.json. And what's pretty nice here is the following. It's not that it's in one place. No, it's about secret.json. That is an amazing file. It's a local file that is not stored in the same location as your rest of your project files, and is encrypted using your Windows user, your Windows account. It means that if somebody else is putting hands on secret.json, let's say somehow you're pushing to the repository, or somebody puts his hand on your laptop, as long as he is not as long as you don't have access to your account, the secret.json will be protected. Nevertheless, please keep in mind, I will talk a little bit later about it. If somebody puts a hand on the development machine or your own machine, then all the information in secret.json can be accessed. And this is why it's important to define a clear strategy from the role-based access control and how you access the access management of resources. I'm trying all the time to recommend, but it's hard to convince the teams that even development teams don't need full access to Azure environment, even in the development ones. Because if you analyze what are the most common activities, for example, that the developer is doing, let's say an Azure subscription, once the project is started, is publish or pushing, and sometimes not even pushing from his Visual Studio, because sometimes he has the CI/CD, the pipeline, and just pushing to the repos and automatically start creating. After that, he needs to access the logs, the application, of course, and in some cases, some repo and logs and audit. They don't need access to do or to change the configuration, and from what I see in most cases, we are seeing developers that will say, well, that's a DevOps job to change the configuration of some Azure services. I will let the devs do that. Okay, so we talked about secret.json, we talked about where you should store them. You should never store anywhere else this kind of secrets. And let's jump inside the Azure portal and let's take a look one by one of the services that I mentioned at the beginning. And let's start with one of the most basic one, Azure Storage. And why is it very important to talk about Azure Storage? Because it's so used. It's one of the most used service in any type of application. And what is impressing me that is still we are doing a lot of mistakes. How? We are still using account keys, key 1 or key 2, for almost anything. Almost all the applications are using the account keys. Sometimes, and you should do that, sometimes I see that, okay, we don't use account keys. We are using shared access signature, and that's great because shared access signature is providing you more granular access for limited period of time to the resource, like for which service, what kind of permission, read, write, modify, and so on, starting from when until when, and based on what. And this is great, but we're doing a mistake. You shouldn't have a token that is valid for more than 1 hour, that's 45 minutes, 1 hour. Nevertheless, I see a lot of tokens that are valid for, guess what? 6 months, 9 months. It's basically the same as an NHS key, and they're forgetting about that. Also, almost nobody is using a loud IP address. Basically, it's a whitelist, and you specify exactly what are the public IPs that can use this shared access signature to be able to access the storage. And in general, when you're generating a token like this one, you know exactly who will use it. An on-prem system, and maybe an end customer. Even if the end customer is from the browser, during his sessions that he has active, there are small chances that he will change his IP. For a small chance, for example, an upload or download and things like that. So, you shouldn't use access keys. You should limit it how you use shared access signature. Okay, but what we should use? Well, we have access control, we have YAML. You can very easily create roles and groups, and you have the service principal. But I think that people are forgetting about it. It's not about forgetting. Most of the teams are aware of this. But the problem is that it's pretty expensive. Not from the running cost, but from configuration, implementation, and maintenance. Because if you don't use YAML very often, you will feel that it's a little bit cumbersome to configure at the beginning. And I think it's pretty important to have a small introduction about it and to emphasize its importance. And why? Because Azure Role-Based Access Control is providing you the ability to have services inside Azure that are able to communicate, to exchange information between them without password, without tokens, without certification. And that's amazing. Because in this way you don't need the secret.json files or any other location where you store this kind of secrets. How it works? Pretty simple. We have security principle, and beside the user and group, I want to bold a little bit the service principle. A service principle is another service. Imagine that as service principle you can have an app service, a Kubernetes cluster, you can have a VM, a function, an Azure function, and so on. You have the role. The role basically are what kind of operation can be done. Read, write, modify, delete, and the third thing is the scope. Especially the scope can be, for example, the Azure storage. So, we can do a role assignment and we can specify an app service through a security principle can do read and write operation on one or multiple containers to that specific Azure storage. Here we are. There it is. No cloud keys, no password. The same thing can be done also, for example, for SQL, for Azure SQL and for all other services. Keep this in mind and try to use it as much as possible. Another interesting thing that I found that people are not very aware of is the access level of a container. We have three. Private, it's the default one. Nobody can access with the right access policy or tokens or with the right role assigned. We have the blob one. The blob one is it's a little bit hard to understand sometimes because as long as I have the URL to the blob, I can access it from any public location from the internet. If I don't have the full path to the blob, I will not be able to access it. And the third one is container, where basically if I know the container name, I can list the blobs inside the container, I can access the container, and so on. Now, most of the cases start with private, and depending on what you do, and if you have content that is public available to the internet, then you can set different configuration. Most of the cases you like to make it public if you have public information, or for example, you're using the static web, where basically Azure Blob Storage becomes a place where you can store your information. Okay, good. So this is Azure Storage, and I think that it is enough about Azure Storage. Let's take a look on App Service. Let's have a look on App Service and the most important things that we should be aware of when you're using App Service. First thing I'd like to talk with you, let's go in the App Service tab, let's go to this app. It is about services and configuration. Why? Well, because of the way how we are writing applications, in the configuration we end up with key values of different things or connection strings. For example, in this case, I have 2021 RV storage with the value of the connection string. So if somebody puts his hand or get access to the App Service dashboard from Azure, he will be able to access the connection string. You will say, well, it's really hard to get access. Really? And why I'm saying this? Because on the CloudOps, on operation management side, when people are doing support, sometimes also they have access, limited or full access, all the time to this part. And if his account is compromised, well, somebody will be able to access and to connect to all this information, or to put his hands on certifications, on different secrets, and so on. What is the thing that is missing in the current context is Azure Key Vault, the vault itself. And why Azure Key Vault is very important? Azure Key Vault is offering you a secure location where you can store your secret, your keys, your certifications, and so on. But besides this, it's also offering you something more, because you can have a role assigned that is providing you access to the app service, to the virtual machine, to Azure Storage, but nevertheless, you don't have access to Key Vault to do, for example, a read operation of a specific key. So for each secret that you can see here, for example, in this case, I have storage. I can be a user that has full access to Azure Portal, to all the environment except to these secrets or to that secret. And to the secret only a service principal from the production environment can be able to access. And also, you can have people, and in most of the cases you should have administrators that can access the Key Vault, but they don't have the right to be able to access the keys and the secrets and the certifications. And there are some other nice things of Key Vault. One of the things that I like is the tag capability. Basically, when you're creating a key, you can have a tag, like in this case, I have environment prod, and basically you can have multiple versions of the same key. For example, let's add a new one, and let's put a new tag. It's not prod, let's put it gray prod. Meaning that you can manage very easily in a simple way what are the keys for different environments, and through service principle, through role assignment, you ensure that depending on the environment, different services have access to specific keys. I find very nice. Now, between your workloads and your Key Vault, you also should have app configuration. App configuration is a repository, is a main repository, very easy to use for your keys, for your secret, for your configuration items. Can be shared between multiple services from the same Azure region. It supports versioning. You can have keys and values directly written in that configuration or references from Azure Key Vault. The end user, the end consumer, in our case, workload, will not know if he's accessing directly the value from app configuration or it is jumping to a Key Vault. If he has the right roles, this will be done automatically by Azure. Okay, one thing that I would like to talk about app configuration before going forward, it is basically two different things. One is especially when you do CloudOps or you're doing debugging, you have the ability to do remote. You have the ability to do remote debugging. This can be active from the portal or directly from Visual Studio. I don't know what happened with the Cloud Explorer in case. One more chance. Basically, from here, once your information is created, you can right click on your app service instance and do a remote debug session. You can put breakpoints, and so it's pretty nice to use. The second thing that we need to be aware of, it is application insight. And application insight is a very powerful tool. In most of the cases, I say to people that application insight is like Google Analytics for technical teams. You have all the information that you would like to see, that you would like to access in only one place. You can see logs, you can see audit information, you can see what happened before and after a specific session and so on. And if you have an application inside that is connected to multiple services, you can have an image about what happened, what was the flow of the user before an error, before a failure, or before a security breach happened. And it's very easily to understand in this kind of cases. Oh yeah, so this was the behavior of the user when an error appeared. So for example, what we can see here, we can see that get a privacy failed. If we click on it, you can see exactly, okay, it was a 500 error, this was the exception, it happened for 4 times in total, and the message was rather broken. In my case, this is me, and if you click on one of them, you will see the full historical information. If user done something before and after, it's very easy to see all the call stack and all other information related to telemetry of that user. Now, take into account, depending how you deploy the application, you might have more or less of this kind of information. So, for example, in this case, we see exactly what the user does. So, page view, what was loaded, after the error appeared, and after what is happened before and after. So we can know exactly, okay, this was the behavior of the user before and after that. Okay, good. Now, let's go forward, because I know that we have a limited time, and let's talk about SQL, Azure SQL. Yes, we are in 2022, and the most two common problems that I see in Azure SQL or other SQL flavors, how I like to call it inside Azure, are the following. First one, still we are using that username and password plus the connection string to connect to SQL. Azure Role-Based Access Control. Please use it. It's very, very powerful. It's so easy to use. You can find it almost for all the services, and you should use it. If you have an Azure SQL and you're still using the username and password, please, after this session, go and migrate it to role-based access control. Don't use username and password. This is one of the biggest mistakes and one of the main causes when a data breach is happening. The second thing that we should be aware of is the following. Server firewall, set firewall, basically is a whitelisting of IPs that are able to access your database. Now, the problem with this one is that people are forgetting to remove the IPs. Maybe it's organization IPs, your company are not changing so often. Nevertheless, if you are working from home and you don't have a static IP, or you have a team of 20 people that are working, that's a big problem, because you might end up here very easily with ranges of IPs, or even if you have a static IP. For example, this one. This was my IP, I think 2 or 3 months ago. Do you still think that I have still this IP? I don't think so. What is my IP? Last night I had also energy free, so this is my current IP, 229. As you can see, it's different. So, if somebody wants to access your database and he already has his username and password for the database, and he knows where things and which is the internet provider, he might start to guess what are the IPs and start to try to use different IPs, because Depending on the location, the provider of your internet might use some specific ranges of IPs. So please be aware of that. Now, the last thing of Azure SQL, especially if you're doing, actually in most of the cases, we are doing also, especially the CloudOps team and operational and management team are accessing sometimes for maintenance database and so on. And you have private information. What you should do when somebody from the support is trying to replicate and you really need the prod access, you shouldn't provide them access, but I think that in some cases they get this kind of access. Use dynamic data masking. What is dynamic data masking? Dynamic data masking gives you the ability to hide the value of specific columns or rows. And you can have, the rows can be hidden totally. The columns you can generate random values, for example, like for emails or for salaries and things like that. You can just have a random value. Or nice and following, you populate the database with some mock content that is accessible and visible only for the support team. And through dynamic data masking or the command role-based access control, you can do this very, very easily. Okay, now before jumping to Microsoft Defender for Cloud, I would like to mention something on Azure Storage. And just give me 30 seconds to share with you. It's about the rotation reminder. Don't forget to configure rotation reminder for the access keys. You should rotate them. I don't say that you need to rotate every day, but at least every 3 or 6 months you should do that. This reminder can be pretty nice consuming, but out of the box it's just a notification that you are receiving from the portal, but because it's a policy behind the scene, you can easily integrate through other dashboards, or you can consume it through Event Grid, and you can have triggers to Azure Functions, or you can have a webhook, or you can have an automation that automatically will do something more, like sending an email, opening a ticket, or triggering automatic rotation task to your account. Don't forget about this and please use it. Now, let's talk about Microsoft Defender for Cloud. I really like this system, and why? It gives you the ability to know exactly what are the things that you can improve. What are your possible security issues? And not only this, but also Microsoft Defender for Cloud, previously named Azure Security Center. I'm still trying to do the switch of the name, sorry, because I'm still using the old name. It's giving you lots of the solution. What are the actions that you need to do to be able to fix the problem? You also have the scoring capability, giving you a score how well you are, and then let's take a look on enable data in transit. This is something that is not configured. If you go on this side, it describes you exactly what is the problem, how it is affected, and also you can trigger a logitech automatically fix for the problem that you have. That's great, I love it. This is one of the services that I think that is helping and providing support to the teams. If you need to be compliant from HIPAA, SOC, ISO, PCI DSS, automatically you have assessments and benchmark for the infrastructure part, and it's providing you exactly the input covering different compliance aspects, what is not compliant, what is not compliant, and of course, if it's possible, what are the things that you could do? For example, in this case, logs in keyboards should be enabled, and if you click on them, also you can fix it automatically. You can have a description, or you can run a logic app that will fix it for you. Okay, good. Now, let's jump to the last topic that I prepared for you, which we still have here for 4 minutes. It's about secret and secret scanning. Well, 2022. It is a year where we can do it this very nice and very simple. For example, using Git Secrets, you just register the plugin depending on your cloud vendor. You just run the scan for your push to your repository, and automatically you get the output. Installation and configuration is very nice. Not only this, but for example, you can add tasks to Azure DevOps, where this is including out of the shelf, or you can specify exactly another library that you want to use. The total number of secrets used by a single owner is pretty huge. And this is why we need to be careful, and we need to know exactly how we are configuring this system. If you take a look on the market, there are a lot of tools. In this case, I have, as an example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different tools. I hope these are 9, and I'm counting them correctly. But each of them are with pros and cons. And you can find a lot of information on the internet. I just prepared a comparison, pros and cons of each of them. On the left side are the pros, on the right side are the cons. I'm a big fan of Spectrum. It's a little bit complex, but the UI is very intuitive. It's great if you have teams that don't have a very good security background. They will find, or are not very technical, they will find very easily to use Spectrum. It's great for a demo to the customer. It's great to explain to business what is happening behind the scenes with all the reporting in there. GitLab Secrets is nicely integrated, but what you need to be careful with GitLab Secrets, the default configuration looks like an MVP. It's very powerful, but it's not yet ready for production. Git Secrets is very easy to integrate into CI/CD, but it has 2 simple algorithms for 2022. It was not developed with the new AI capability and nice features that appeared in the last 2 or 3 years. Gitlix is open source, super powerful, but is for jigs, I would say. No UI, everything from command line, and sometimes you might be scared about that. Another tool that I really like to use is, 1 second, here it is Git Secret Scanning. It's, yes, this one, especially for a demo. It's, you can configure, you can use it in just a few minutes, and you can see the output. I wouldn't go in a prep with it, to tell you the truth, because there is something that is lacking. But for a demo, works great. You have the UI, you have the console, and it's very easy to configure. Okay, now before us closing, what I would like to remind to you is the following. Azure, AWS, and GCP, all of them have a lot of resources, best practices. They have architecture framework, they have CloudOption framework, and so on. Please take a look on them. Please analyze them, because you will find here all the information that you are looking for. For example, you have baselines from the security point of view for each service. If you go on Azure, in the documentation section, almost for all Azure services, you will find a security section where you can find all the documentation. Also, how you need to operate, and also Microsoft is providing the developer guide for Azure, where you can find also the best practices from the security point of view related to how you should use the solution. If you have time, or if you like to find more, I highly recommend to take a look on Azure Web Architecture Framework, especially in the section of governance. Because over there I found that a lot of security aspects are covered. Thank you for listening to me. If you have questions or you want to find more about specific topics, feel free to drop me a line or on Twitter or on LinkedIn. Thank you and have a great day. Cheers.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraini.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello and welcome to my session. I'm Konstantin Wyszyński and today we are going to talk about isolation and dedicated hosting in public cloud. Here is our agenda. I will try to cover some basic concepts in Azure, talk about isolation options, dedicated hosts, and app service environment will be covered massively in the second part of this session. This is me. I am solution architect at Cyclone, with more than 15 years experience in software development. I had bunch of certificates related to Azure platform and also architecture discipline. Our first topic is main concept in the public clouds. Hopefully, main audience will be advanced Azure practitioners. Nevertheless, let's just bring attention on the main cloud concept. This concept includes three models: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. We also have capabilities to bring our computation and hardware resources to cloud as private cloud, but usually it's an on-premise environment with a direct connection to the public cloud or isolated boundary. Returning to the concept, we have different responsibilities for provider and participants. And similar for all models, responsibilities for the hardware that is covered by provider. Just remind that the cloud provider, in our case Azure, provide their data center for a dozen customers. Unfortunately, it's also include the risk of sharing physical servers and other infrastructure resources to your sensitive application and VMs that may belong to an arbitrary or potentially malicious user. But don't be scared. Let's review isolation concept in Azure. The first option is tenant level isolation. In the cloud-enabled workplace, a tenant can be defined as a client or organization that owns and manages a specific instance of the cloud service. With the identity platform provided by Microsoft Azure, a tenant is simply dedicated instance of Azure Active Directory or Azure AD that your organization received and owned when it signed up for Microsoft Cloud Service. Each Azure AD directory is distinct and separate from other Azure AD directories. Just like a corporate office building in a secure asset specific to your only your organization, and Azure AD directory has also designed to be a secure asset for use by only your organization. The Azure AD architecture isolated customer data and identity information from Mindwick. This means that user and administrator of the one Azure AD directory cannot accidentally or maliciously access data in another directory. Another concept is compute isolation. Microsoft Azure Compute Platform is based on machine virtualization. This approach means that your code, wherever it's deployed in platform as a service worker role or an infrastructure as a service virtual machine, execute in a virtual machine hosted by Windows Server Hypervisor. On each Azure physical server, also known as a node, there is a type 1 hypervisor that runs directly over the hardware and divided to the nodes into a variable number of guest virtual machines. Each node has one specific host VM, also known as root VM, which runs the host OS, a customized and hardened version of the latest Windows Server, which is stripped down to reduce the attack surface and includes only those components necessary to manage the node. Isolation of the root VM from the guest VMs and the guest VMs from another is a key concept in Azure security architecture that forms the basis of Azure compute isolation. Physical servers hosting VMs are grouped into clusters. They are independently managed by a scale-out and redundant platform software component called as Fabric Controller. Each Fabric Controller manages the life cycle of VMs running in its cluster, including provisioning and monitoring the health of hardware under its control. For example, the Fabric controller is responsible for creating VMs instances on healthy servers when it's determined that the server has failed. It's also allocated infrastructure resources for tenant workload, and it manages identical communication from host to virtual machines. Dividing the compute infrastructure into clusters, isolated faults at the Fabric controller level, and presents certain classes of errors from affecting servers beyond the cluster in which they occur. A Fabric controller is the brain of Azure Compute Platform, and the host agent it is its proxy, integrating servers into the platform so the Fabric controller can deploy, monitor, and manage the virtual machines used by you or Azure Cloud Services. The hypervisor or hosting operation system pairing applies dedicated of Microsoft's experience in operating system security, including security-focused investment in Microsoft Hyper-V to provide strong isolation of guest VMs. Next one is network isolation. Azure deployment has multiple layers of network isolation. The following diagram shows various layers of network isolation Azure provides to customers. These layers are both native for Azure platform itself and customer-defined features. Inbound from the internet, Azure DDoS provider provides isolation against large-scale attacks against Azure. The next level of isolation is customer-defined public IP address endpoint, which are used to determine which traffic can pass through the cloud service to the virtual network. And native Azure Virtual Network Isolation ensure compute isolation from all other networks, and that the traffic only follow through user-configured passes and methods. These paths and methods are the next layer where network security groups or user-defined roles and network virtual appliance can be used to create isolation boundaries to protect the application development in the protected network. Virtual networks or VNets provide isolation of network traffic between tenants as part of their fundamental design. Your Azure subscription can contain multiple logically isolated private networks and include firewalls, load balancers, and network address translation. Each VNet is isolated from another VNet by default. Multiple deployments inside your subscription can be placed on the same VNet and then communicate with each other through the private AP addresses. And network addresses to VMs is limited by packet filtering of network edge at the load balancers and at the host OS level. You can additionally configure your host firewalls to further limit connectivity, specifying for each listening port where the connections are accepted from the internet or only from the role instance within the same cloud service or VNet. And the last one is storage isolation. As part of its fundamental design, Azure separates VM-based computation from the storage. This separation enables computation and storage to scale independently, making it easier to provide multi-tenancy and isolation. Therefore, Azure Storage runs on separate hardware with no network connectivity to Azure Compute, except logically. This means that when a virtual disk created, disk space is not allocated in its entire capacity. Instead, a table is created that maps addresses on virtual disk to areas of the physical disk, and to the table is initially empty. The first time the customer writes the data to the virtual disk, the space of the physical disk is allocated and pointer is to it is placed in the table. The next part of our session it's Azure Dedicated Hosts. Azure Dedicated Host is an Azure service that provides physical server able to host one or more Azure virtual machines for Windows or Linux, dedicated to one Azure customer. This is not a bare metal service. It provides a virtualization environment that architect to run Azure VMs, and it gives you control and visibility over the underlying physical server. As you provision the host, you gain visibility into the control over the placement of your Azure VMs, and you determine the host maintenance policies. And also, you can take a look for the list of main features addressed by the Azure dedicated host. Here is a simple diagram, a representation for host level isolation that helps address compliance requirements. Azure dedicated hosts provide hardware isolation at the physical server level. No other VMs will be placed on your hosts. So dedicated hosts are deployed in the same data centers and share the same network and underlying storage infrastructure as other non-isolated hosts. Also, we need to highlight that dedicated host groups exist. So dedicated host group is a collection of Azure dedicated hosts deployed within an Azure region across different fault domains to avoid a single point of failure. This figure will help you understand how virtual machines and VM scale set that running on your dedicated hosts are related to especially dedicated host group and dedicated host. VM can be assigned to the host group or directly to the host, and virtual machine scale set should be deployed only to the host group. Both computation resources should be synchronized by availability zone parameter that is optional by default. High availability concept require from you deploying multiple VMs spread across multiple hosts at minimum of 2 dedicated hosts. With Azure dedicated host, you have several options to provide your infrastructure to shape your fault isolation boundaries. You can use availability zones for fault isolation. This means availability zones are like provide a unique physical location of your resources within the Azure region. Each zone is made up of one or more data centers equipped with independent power, cooling, and networking. A host group is created in single availability zone. Once created, all hosts will be placed within that zone. To achieve high availability across zones, you need to create multiple host groups and especially one per zone to spread your hosts accordingly. You can also use fault domains for fault isolation. This host can be created in specific fault domain, just like VM in scale set or availability zone. hosting different full domains will be placed on different physical racks in the data center. When you create the host group, you are required to specify the full domain count. When creating a host within the host group, you assign the full domains for each host, and the VM doesn't require a full domain assignment. Definitely, you can use both capabilities together and achieve even more fault isolation. In this case, you will specify the availability zones and full domain count in each host group. Assign a full domain to each of your host group. Will assign the availability zones of each VM. And the interesting part related Azure Dedicated Host is pricing. And hopefully it's interesting topic for you, and you should consider the next aspects of this. It's especially pricing, additional billings, and cost optimization strategies that can be applicable to your environment. So Azure Dedicated Host pricing based on the VM family size, amount of virtual CPUs and RAM, and also geography. At the same time, we are free of charge for VM deployed to this host. So you are still eligible to host your VMs elsewhere for additional billings. As for other payments, we will need to pay separately for software licensing, storage, network usage. Fortunately, there is some areas of cost optimization tactics. You are eligible to use Azure Hybrid benefits, especially Ultimate Virtualization for SQL Server and Windows servers. This means you will pay only for license costs only for the physical course of your host, and will be able to run unlimited VMs under the same license without additional charges. Another option is reservation for 1 or 3 years. Azure Reservations, it's a program on, in other words, agreement when you are committed to pay for your resources during the 1 or 3 years. The financial part of this agreement can be done via upfront payment, or you can break into monthly payment and pay each month some part of your costs for the resources. This agreement helps you to save up to 32% of your cost. And we're just talking about the Azure Dedicated Host itself. You can create any infrastructure setup for your company or project, but please don't forget that we have some quotes and limitations on the CPUs. So we are limited on the amount of virtual CPUs per region, on the virtual machines size family. You can also increase this quota by creating a simple support ticket to Microsoft. Previous part described the infrastructure as a service concept and dedicated options. Now let's review the available platform as a service capabilities of Azure platform. Before we start describing Azure Application Service Environment, or ISE, we should stop for a few seconds on the Azure App Service itself. Azure App Service is fully managed platform as a service hosting. You can run and host both Windows and Linux-based web applications, mobile backends, API applications, Docker containers, Logic apps, and even Azure Functions. Azure IC is a single tenant instance of Azure App Service that runs under the run in customer Azure Virtual Network. It solves many isolation scenarios for customers in a way you cannot cover with multi-tenant services. Especially, it's related to the horizontal scaling scalability issues. For example, your web application are hosted on the shared environment, where the most of the available resources and some memory and other stuff already occupied by other customer directly in the host. You will run into problem when you try to get the scale of your services, and you will get some errors that you cannot even increase the count of instance for your web application. So it's so simple. This can be solved by putting your Azure App Service in the dedicated environment with a guarantee of scaling up to 100 instances of your application inside the single App Service plan. By the way, App Service Environment v3, the underlying technology is based on virtual machine scale sets instead of cloud services, which solve a lot of problems from the previous version. App service environment are appropriate for applications workload that require large-scale isolation and secure network access, high memory utilization, more requests per second. You can make multiple app service environment in a single Azure region or across multiple Azure regions. This flexibility makes an app service environment ideal for horizontal scaling for stateless applications with a high RPCs requirements. App service environment hosts application from only one customer and do so in one of their virtual network. Customers have fine-grained control over inbound and outbound application network traffic. Applications can establish high-speed secure connections over VPN to on-premise corporate resources. Also, ICv3 has several minor changes in the system architecture that serve to remove all management traffic from the customer VNet. The end result is a single tenant system that has no internet hosted dependencies in the customer network. So customers can secure their workload on their shared consent without hurting an IC, and Microsoft can secure the infrastructure without hurting the customer's workload. The system enables both parties to apply all the security they want to without affecting each other. With app service environment v3, there is a different pricing models depending on the type of app service environment deployment you have. Here are the three models. So simple app service environment. Using this model, you will have straightforward billing depending on your amount of instances. But if your app service environment is empty, there is a charge if you had one instance of Windows smallest one. The one instance charged is not additive charge, but it's only applied if the app service environment is empty. Second model is zone redundant app service environment. There is a minimum charge of 9 instances. There is no added charge for availability zone support if you have more than 9 or more app service plans instances. But if you have less than 9, instances of any size across app service plan. In the zone redundant app service environment, the difference between 9 and running instances count is charged and as additional Windows smallest one instance. And last one model is dedicated host app service environment. With dedicated host deployment, you are charged for 2 dedicated hosts per pricing at app service environment v3 creation. Then a small percentage of isolated v2 rate per course charges at your scale. Yeah, so and here is time to bring some light on difference between Azure App Service Environment v2, Azure App Service Environment v3, and regular Azure App Service on the premium v3 plan. Here is a table to summarize most of main limitations. Both Azure App Service Environment v2 and v3 have the same top limit of application instances during the horizontal scaling process and are set up to 100 instances. But Premium v3 App Service has only up to 30 instances based on the SKU size within the same scaling process. At the top of the table, you can find limitation of the app service plan instances, and there is the same for application instances on v2 and v3. On the region, but for the subscription, App Service v3 can have up to 200 of total App Service instances across all App Service plans combined. And Premium v3 App Service is limited to 100 App Services per resource group. Also, one of not public limitation related to ability of your application to serve high RPCs, its amount of IP connections. IC v2 and v3 are covered by 16,000 connections, and Premium v3 based on the instance size handle only up to 8,000, and it's on the biggest one instance size. Storage size also varies based on the plans type. ACV2 and v3 can have up to 1 terabyte of storage, and Premium v3 only 250 gigabytes. But you can create, request, and scale the storage up to 520 gigabytes or 12 gigabytes for Premium v3. Also, you may know about the current problems with scaling in Azure App Service Environment v2. This is the previous version of dedicated environment. Scalability and changing the size of the IC will bring you to wait approximately 30 minutes, sometimes more, sometimes less. Just remember, ICV2, the old one, has no instant scaling capabilities. The issue were not observed on ICV3 and Premium v3. Yeah, and here is the pricing. In conclusion, I would like to show you competitive table of the costs of these 3 options. Each of the service plan has a different instance size, both in terms of memory, number of virtual cores, and the price of instance. I already mentioned about ICV3 earlier that are different pricing models, but here I give a standard IC service plan deployment model. Regarding the old plan ICV2, the stamp fees was gone in V3, which was, by the way, more than $1,000 per instance per month. Added the ability to make a reservation for 1 or 3 years, which will help you to save up to 45% of your money. Of course, Premium V3 looks cheaper than IC, but you should remind that IC is chosen primarily for isolated the computing services and ability to serve large scale and high load. Let's talk about network traffic and its isolation. Usually, there are intended in isolation under the infrastructure design process and during preparation for compliance assessment. Here is a simple isolation option for the traffic. Inbound traffic from the internet access to your app service, and then this traffic is routed to the internal resources via VNet integration feature. This allows you to control your outbound traffic from the app service to internal resources via user-defined routes, network security groups. Previously, this integration did not exist, but nowadays we are lucky to have this integration even for a shared environment setup. I remember when I had tried to run the first time this integration under the preview, and I've got an issue with internal routing. There was a need to add some additional parameters for web application configuration to be able route outbound traffic via integrated VNet. And here is another thing. This integration is one way. So for inbound traffic, to be able to access your application, even you'll need to use another feature that we'll describe in a minute. And now you can see the difference between Azure App Service and Azure App Service environment. The last one is already integrated with your VNet, and you do not need to put integration as one of the required steps in your infrastructure design. And private endpoints is the second one feature that required you to route internal traffic. You can use private endpoints for your Azure web apps to allow clients located in your private network to securely access your apps over private link. Private endpoint use an IP from Azure VNet address spaces, and network traffic between client on your private network and web app traverse over the VNet and a private link on the Microsoft Backbone network, eliminating exposure of this traffic to the public internet. Using private endpoints for your web apps enable you to secure your web app by configuring the private endpoints, eliminating public exposure, securely connect to web app from on-premise network that connected to the VNet using VPN or Express Route private peering. Avoid any data exposure from your VNet. The connection between private endpoint and web app uses a secure private link. Private endpoint is only used for incoming flows of your web app. And you should know that next moment, like after you create the first private endpoint, all public traffic over the internet will be terminated. And you should put a private endpoints to all your VNets to be able to securely access your app. This feature allows you to build robust and enterprise level infrastructure. Uh, you may want to know how, and I'll try to explain right now. This is the last topic for today. I want to cover, and it's an enterprise deployment reference architecture from Microsoft. This reference architecture demonstrates a common enterprise workload using app service environment and best practice for security of this workload. The main component of this architecture is app service environment. NIC must be always deployed in its own subnet within the enterprise virtual network, allowing a tight control of the incoming and outgoing traffic. Within this subnet, app service applications are deployed in one or more app service plans, which is a collection of physical resources required to run the app. Depending on the complexity and resource requirements, an app service plan can be shared between multiple apps. Each app service app is hosted in own app service plan, allowing each to be scaled independently if necessary. All resources required by those hosted apps, such as storage and compute, as well as scaling needs, are fully managed by app service environment infrastructure. The application uses Azure Cache for Redis for cache management. A premium tier of Azure Cache for Redis is used, which allow configure cache for the same virtual network as IC, but in its own subnet. This provides enhanced security and isolation to the cache. An internal IC is deployed in the enterprise virtual network hidden from the public internet. It allows the enterprises to log their backend services, such as web APIs and functions at the network level. Any IC apps with an HTTP endpoint can be accessed only through the internal load balancer from within the virtual network. The app gateway is configured to forward requests to the web app through the internal load balancer, and the web app itself goes through the internal load balancer to access the APIs. The critical backend components, that is the API and function, are effectively inaccessible from the public internet. Web application firewall. WAF on the application gateway protects the web apps from malicious attacks, such as SQL injections and WASP top 10. It also integrated with Azure Monitor to monitor attacks using real-time logs. Network security groups can be assigned with one or more subnets in the VNet. There are security rules that allow and deny traffic to flow between various Azure resources. This architecture associated as separate network security groups for each subnet. This allows fine-tuning the rules per subnet as per the service contained in this subnet. Azure Firewall and service endpoints complement each other. While service endpoints protect the resources by restricting incoming traffic to originate from your virtual network. Azure Firewall allows you to restrict the outbound traffic from your applications. It is recommended to let all outbound traffic to pass through the firewall subnet, including service endpoint traffic. This allows better monitoring of the outbound traffic. Since the IC is internal to the virtual network, a virtual machines is used as a jump box inside the VNet to deploy apps in the app service plans. The pipeline builds the application outside the VNet for enhanced security and seamless RDP SSH connection. Consider using the recent released Azure Bastion as a jump box. So this is all for today, and thank you for your attention. I hope this information will help you to better understand the nature of an isolated infrastructure and build robust and secure solution for your customers. Thank you.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraini.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraini.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraini.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraini.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraini.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraini.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraini.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraini.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, everybody. My name is Andriy, and today I will talk about Azure Data Factory, and I'm going also to talk about migration from EKS Story and why Kubernetes could not be a good technical fit for a particular business requirements. So who I am? I am a DevOps community lead at Newfire. I'm conference speaker at DevOps Days, meetups, webinars. I'm active member of Microsoft and Stack Overflow communities. I am Microsoft certified as Azure Solution Architect and Azure Administrator. I'm working in IT more than 10 years, and I was involved in a lot of Azure projects. And I can say that today I will tell you one of the stories that is related to Azure Cloud. What do you think? What are the reasons of slow product delivery? Yeah, you are right. There are a lot of them. And architecture choice is only one of them. And today we'll talk about the bad architecture choice and its influence in product delivery. Also today we'll talk about a lot of services, tools, approaches that I mentioned in this slide, and even more. So let's begin. Let's go, and I'll tell you the story. So this begins when I was working in one of the previous companies. And imagine that we had a client, and there is one development team that was developing a software for a particular client. And that was a 3-tier application, nothing special, front-end, back-end database. But there were 4 production environments. Why 4? Because that was a big company, and they had their offices across the world. And we had to create the production environment for each country. And the government of these countries had the restrictions that customer data were not able to be located outside these countries. So that team was developing this 3-tier application, and then the client, after a year of development or product development, the client came to into our company and said, you know, it's really cool that you were developing this, you were developing the product for us, and we want more. We want to have the data visibility. And this means that we just need the data to be in our Power BI. So this is the requirements, and you see these requirements, and this is looks simple, right? And our company was really happy, and they said, yeah, no problem. So how much time do we have? The client says, you have half a year. We want to get this done in a half a year. Yeah, no problem. That will be done in half a year. And our team was quite busy with the developing the 3-tier application and developing the new features. And our company said, yeah, okay, our second team will do all the work. And you can't imagine that our second team was really happy to develop this application, this software. And as you might guess, that they were so happy that they wanted to try a lot of new features, approaches, tools. And you can see what they did. So they were really happy to try all these modern trends. First, they decided to did this application in Kubernetes, but unfortunately, nobody knew Kubernetes in their team. Then they decided, maybe we'll try Go. Okay, let's try Go. Nobody knows Go, but no problem, it's trend, we'll learn it. Okay, then GraphQL, yeah, good approach for API. Then let's, how we are going to populate the data. Okay, let's use RabbitMQ. Yeah, good choice. And what they did, so let me explain you briefly this architecture. So they created, as you see, the reader microservice that reads the data from the source database, from production database. There were 4 readers. They were reading every 6 hours. Why every 6 hours? Because processing was taking around 4 or 5 hours, and they said that this is their requirements or restrictions. Then processing. The processing service got the data from RabbitMQ, where reader were pushing the data, and processing make the data, took the data from the RabbitMQ and putting them into the Azure database for Postgres. Postgres and Kubernetes. That was database in Kubernetes. Then the client was getting the data through GraphQL API. And client should also connect via VPN to this endpoint and to get this data. So that was really complicated flow. But client was, let's say, happy because it got the data. The data was visualized in Power BI. So that's it. And how was the deployment done? So deployment was done just from local computer, kubectl apply, and that's it. So that was the architecture flow. And as you might notice, that then our company decided to move this project from the second team to our team. Why? Because they decided, this is ready. You just need to maintain this project, and that's it. It won't take a lot of time, and it's easier to maintain one product in one team or 2 products in one team. Okay. Oh yeah, no problem. So it's interesting to maintain 2 products, to develop and maintain 2 products. So after that, we started to try to understand what is the project. So what is the architecture, how it's written, and other things. And first, we were surprised that the deployment is done through local computer, just kubectl apply. No SDLC flow, nothing was set up. And we were disappointed. Then what we discovered, that the database updates or schema changing and the API was written not really in good manner. So for example, let me explain, if the changes, if the order of the columns were changed, the API was not working. And this is, so we got this issue from client that the client is not able to get the data from the database, from the system. And we started investigating. It took around 2 days to understand the Go, to understand that architecture. So developers had such rolling eyes. Why that was developed in Go? Why GraphQL API? So that was really awful, and that was not really easy to understand and to fix, to support this system. That was even worse. So the client started reporting new bugs, and the team started working on fixing those bugs. And we cannot afford to fix the bugs in this reporting system and to start adding the features in the 3-tier application. So we decided to go further, and this point, our journey starts. So what we decided to do? So we were thinking maybe it is easier to convince the client to just or push the client to approve changes, to approve the new architecture. So we were thinking that it shouldn't take a long time to just rewrite the application. It will take less than 6 months. And let's take a look what we can find, what we can suggest the client. And we started our investigation, how we can rebuild efficiently our application. So, but let's pause our video, our story, and take a look on low code. Yeah, low code is the approach where the developers or the companies that are developing their product, that they just creating their flow, their application in UI, in GUI, and it is easy to create this application without low code, without low configuration. And a lot of companies are doing that. So, and you see that the low code platforms are growing, and amount of money companies are spending for low code is also growing. So at this point, let's resume our story and go further. So what architecture was the first one we were considering? This was just simple, just let's take Azure Functions, get the data from 4 databases, merge them in Power BI dataset database. That's it, simple, yeah. But there are a few buts, yeah. Strong customization is a big plus. Low cost is plus, as Azure Functions cost almost nothing. Then, but there are the disadvantages. So the development time could be more than 1 month, because this was our strict deadlines, internal deadlines. So we can offer the client. Long-running processing is not the appropriate fit if we are going to use Azure Functions. Azure function can run only 10 minutes if we use consumption plan. Maintainability. Yeah, it's hard to maintain the code, then the Azure function, the monitoring. So also we had a limitation of Azure function that it has only 1.5 gigs of RAM. So we can use only this amount of RAM in the consumption plan. So that's where the disadvantages. And we decided, let's see what can we do. The next architecture that we're considering is Azure Analysis Services. So it's really simple from the first look solution, and the development time can take, let's say, a week or so. And really cool thing that near real-time data can be, near-time flow can be implemented using this feature, using this analysis service. Why? Because we can add analysis service, then pull data from the database and push data into Power BI, and this in real time. Yeah, cool. But it supports only the single data source. So we had to implement Azure functions that would merge data, and then the analysis services will get the data from the merged database and put this into the Power BI. So unfortunately. Customization. Yeah, the customization is not easy to implement. And the cost, yeah, analysis services cost more than Azure function, definitely, and more than current solution Kubernetes that cost, I think, around $300 or $400 per month. So what's next? We understand that this architecture is not fit. So the next was the architecture with Stream Analytics. Yeah, also the streaming near real time and Azure function that could get the data from the data sources, put into the Event Hub, then Stream Analytics, then Power BI. Yeah, looks cool. But we first need to transform the data from relational database, from tables, into the JSONs, because Stream Analytics supports the JSON format, CSV format, and it's very limited to the supported formats. And we'll need to make the data transformation, which takes time. So the development time is also could be higher, and definitely cost. So this solution costs more than $300-400 per month. So this is not our solution. Let's move next. And that was our, let's say, final solution, final idea, is to make the data factory the primary ETL service for this. As this is the common approach for ETL, is just our approach: get the data from the production database, transform this data, then extract, transform, and load. ETL, right? That was optimal cost for us, because the data refresh intervals we decided to decrease for an hour, and it supports multiple databases, multiple data sources. Yeah, cool. Minimum development time, as a lot of things we have to develop in UI. Then there are disadvantages. Yeah, so deployment strategies are not so clear and hard to implement in the current SDLC flow, but we'll talk further about this. Data optimization. This is not the best, let's say, feature of Azure Data Factory. And we had to create our own data optimization approaches and data optimization software that will do it better. I will tell about this further also. As you see, this was our optimal solution, to use Azure Data Factory. So, but we decided to use the Azure Data Factory. Then we had to present this to the client. And when we are starting preparation for this presentation, we understood that there are a couple of issues or a couple of challenges that we'll face with. But the client said that, yeah, guys, 1 month is okay. And he said that it will cost less than $300 or $400 per month. Yeah, and 1 month of development, 1 month for investigation, 1 month, 1 week for investigation, 2 weeks for development, and 1 week for testing. And it would be, the usability would be better for this solution. We said, yeah, okay, we start. So first we should think about how to optimize cost in Azure Data Factory, because you know, if we load all the data from this database every time, that was waste of money and waste of time, waste of resources. So the data refresh interval should be 60 minutes. And it's also, we're talking about the costs. If refresh intervals would be less, let's say 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we would pay more. Then data should be merged from multiple Azure SQL databases. And it could make a performance to the production databases. So then we had to remove the VPN, which client was used to connect to this reporting system. And also the CI/CD, which we talk about later. These were the challenges. And then I'll tell you how we were able to resolve all these problems and issues. So here's the architecture. And as you see, so we first added the replica databases into the current production databases to avoid performance, to avoid load on the production databases, additional load to the production databases. So we started pulling the data from the replica databases. So Azure Data Factory did it really good. Then we wrote our own Azure function to make the transformation. Why we need it? Because we decided to get only the deltas, so the changes from last committed transaction, get the latest changes, the delta changes from these databases, from the tables, get them, transform them, and pull these into the SQL database, the destination database, and then push this data into the Power BI. So that was a concept. But let's see in more details, especially for Azure Data Factory. We created two pipelines. Yeah, the first one is multiple databases, and the second is single databases. The multiple database pipeline was only needed to start the iteration transformation data for all these 4 production databases. That's it. As you see in this slide, there are 3 activities: get function up key, the key from Azure Key Vault is the key of our Azure function. All the secrets were stored in Azure Key Vault. Then set current timestamp needed to check the current database changes in destination DB and in the source DB, and then run this pipeline, so execute database ETL. Let's see more deeply in the single DB pipeline because it's more interesting. Yeah, so let's first look on the left and see the activity get current version and get last version. These are the activities that gets the current version in the destination database, the current version of the committed transaction, and get the last version and compare these versions. And then we could understand that the last transaction in source database is higher than the current transaction in the destination database. We compare them, and then we will need to get these changes. So we put get current version and get last version to the Azure function. We invoke Azure function, and Azure function then process or then gets the script from the source database for the last changes. Only we are interested only in the tables that had changes. That's it. So this function, what it does, it's just get this script and to generate the script and to make an output to the to the next activity. Next activity is get table with changes. So we need to understand what tables are changed with generated script. So we have script generated for tables, and then we'll need to put all of this into the next activity to get the tables to be copied from the source database to the destination temporary database. destination database in temporary tables. So we are copying only the deltas, tables with deltas, from source to destination. And then when we copied all the data from source to destination, we need to merge this data. And why merge this data in the destination database, you could ask, because some of the data could be deleted, some of the data could be changed in the tables, and we need the script that could merge all this data together and without any issues and without any problems, without any conflicts. So that is the purpose. So that is the flow that we are using in our Azure Data Factory pipeline. It could be, for some of you, pretty straightforward, so for some of you, no, but this works great for us. But what about the CI/CD? You could ask me, right? How to do that? And there are a couple approaches. I will tell you a bit more. First approach is, you can see in the slide, this is approach from Microsoft. So we have Azure Data Factory, and all the development is done in this Azure Data Factory UI. Then, when the developer created his pipelines, make a commit, and Azure Data Factory automatically make a commit into the main branch, into the master branch. And after that, we have our code in master branch. But the code means the pipelines in code, the JSONs that have the configuration for pipelines. Then we have the separate folder that calls ADF publish branch, and this branch is used for RM templates. So all the data factory are stored in RM templates, and the pipelines are stored in JSON files. So what is the approach? The approach is to deploy all the data factory from RM template. This is, I cannot say this optimal solution, but that works. And what I can say that it's really easy to implement, but not easy to understand from the first time, because it's not really matching the SDLC trunk-based development or Git flow. So then when we have these changes from the Azure Data Factory into GitHub, then from the GitHub, we can deploy RM templates. In Azure DevOps, for example, it can be the PowerShell script that stops the trigger of the database, then deploy RM template, and then start the trigger. And the deployment can be done in development, test, and prod. And with RM templates, as you might know, we can specify the parameters for each environment. So this is the approach that is recommended by Microsoft. So there is another approach called JSON approach, and this is not officially supported by Microsoft. But what I can say, so the development phase is the same, pretty same. So developers are making changes directly in Azure Data Factory UI. The Azure Data Factory UI making the commits into the main branch, but we are making the deployments from main branch, not from ADF publish branch, but from the main branch. Also in Azure DevOps, it could be implemented when we are making the changes into the main branch, our pipelines, and pipelines are deployed into the environments. So, for example, we are creating the package in Azure DevOps, then making the release, and then executing the PowerShell script, or we can use the add-ons from Azure Marketplace to achieve our deployment goals. So, and after that, we're deploying in dev, test, or production environments. So, and that is the approach that could be. But you know, maybe some of you could ask me, but how about Terraform? Could you please tell us, is it possible to deploy using the Terraform and infrastructure as a code? I can say yes, but no. Yes, but complicated. Because yeah, infrastructure as a code is really cool concept. And Terraform has modules for Azure Data Factory. Yeah, definitely. You can find the Azure Data Factory module, Azure Pipelines module. You can create this module. You can deploy Azure Data Factory. But there are some challenges with this. Why? Because you have to integrate the Terraform into the approach of that Microsoft recommends. For example, you will need to still define your pipelines as JSONs. If you see in the module, in the pipeline Terraform module, you'll see that the configuration is simply JSON. So you have to make changes into in Azure Data Factory UI, commit this into the branch, into main branch, and from the main branch, get these JSONs and put into the Terraform code. So it's there are challenges to do that. No? That's why that Terraform is not pretty used in the Azure Data Factory to cover all the infrastructure, the code concept. So all the changes, it's a bit difficult to implement this approach. So what could be the scenarios for the Azure Data Factory? In our case, that was the simple ETL scenario. So just get the data from the Azure Data Factory, it's from the Azure SQL, process the data inside the Azure Data Factory with Azure Function, and push the data into the destination DB and in Power BI. Yeah, simple approach and standard ETL scenario. So, but also the use cases for Azure Data Factory are pretty the same: ETL, extract, transform, and load. So it's the process at which the data are copied from the source database, or databases, data sources, and pulling to the system that could represent the data. Also, there are different use cases for loading the data in the warehouse without visualizing the data, getting the data from different data sources and loading it into Azure Synapse for reporting, or some modeling and visualizing and pulling the data into visualizing tools for data analysis. These are all the approaches for Azure Data Factory. And I can say that it's not really a solution for streaming, but it's a really good solution for ETL. But what are the trade-offs? So as you see, there are no good tool that could do everything and without trade-offs. Yeah, you have to pay for everything. And what we saw when we are trying to implement the data factory, that we had, the Azure Data Factory has limited sources and sinks. So that's why we had to implement our own Azure function. And maybe in your case, you will have all the things, all the features in Azure Data Factory, and you will achieve your requirements or your goals with built-in features of Azure Data Factory. But for us, it didn't work. So the pipelines are written in their own language, and you have to first learn this language and go with with this, so you have to spend some time. Yeah, and the development of data factory flow in UI could be confusing for the developers from first point, but then it's easy to do that in the UI. This is the approach of low code. Yeah, so we're talking about the high price when using to closer to real-time processing. Yeah, that's true. And data factory CI/CD processes may differ from common software development CI/CD process. Yeah, if you're having trunk-based development or Git flow, the SDLC flow of Azure Data Factory will be different, and you should work with this and understand that it's a separate case. It's a separate case. So let's make a summary. So first, the summary of the project. We successfully finished this migration within a month, and the client was really happy. He said, "Whoa, I didn't know that it could be implemented within a month, and the data load could be 1 hour instead of 6 hours. Yeah, you did amazing work and it cost less. Whoa, that was really tremendous." And our team was really happy to implement these things, to solve the business case of the client in an appropriate way. So if you are going to implement Azure Data Factory for your purposes, for your business needs, you first think about what is your code branching strategy. Because if you have trunk-based development, Git flow, GitHub flow, or any other flows, the Azure Data Factory has its own flow. So you have to understand this. How many environments do you want? And what environment will be used for development purposes? If development purposes, we just develop and not deploy into this, or also deploying then these changes to test. And what are the flow of deployment? Yeah, what tool we are going to use for CI/CD of the data factory? What deployment method to use? ARM templates, PowerShell scripts, or some add-ons from Azure DevOps Marketplace? These are all the questions you need to answer before implementing the Azure Data Factory. And what artifacts are you going to use? Are you going to use ARM templates or just pipelines in JSON files? And this has direct influence into the model you are going to use within Azure Data Factory. And I can say that for us, it was a really cool, optimal solution, the Azure Data Factory. Yeah, these are the trade-offs, the CI/CD trade-off, the trade-off of the development, but it's low code. So you're working with a tool that has different approach. And so about the low code, there are a lot of companies and startups that just on its way to building their own application. And they need the faster way to make the development of their application. And low code could help them to do that. You saw that I showed in one of the slides that the amount of low code solutions are growing. And that is really great thing that you can create your application, your flow, your business, your pipeline of business really fast without additional code. And this is the cool thing that helps the business to make the deployment of their architecture the development of their software, and low code is a good example of our future. So I used these materials to prepare for my presentation, for my talk. And if you want to share your problems, ideas, if you want to talk about this presentation, this topic more, you can find me on LinkedIn, on Facebook, and we can talk about this more. So thank you for your attention, and it was really interesting for me to present this topic and to share my knowledge with you. So I hope it was really helpful and interesting for you. And I wish you a good day today, and thank you very much. Goodbye.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, it probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So, we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hi, looks like you are interested in getting to know what's GraphQL, how to use it in F#, or maybe how to add authorization to your Azure functions. So let's dig in. Let me introduce myself. I'm a co-founder of software development shop, and we do our projects in F# for several years, primarily in F#. Also, I teach students in Computer Academy IT Step, and primarily it's Azure development. Also, I maintain a project Elmish Uno, which allows you to write logic in F# in model view update style using the Uno platform. So what are we going to look at today? First, we will see what's GraphQL and how we can implement it. Then you will find which issues we can have with schema, regardless of any language, and what approaches can be done to fix that. We will see how can we implement patching of entities using GraphQL and integrate that GraphQL into Azure function. And at the end, of course, hack with adding authorization. But first, let me tell you the story, how we get started with that. There is such a site, such a repository on GitHub, where the good guy decided to collect companies that work in F#. And of course, I created a pull request to add my company here. And that had interesting consequences. One day, finally, I've got a message from this contact form on my company site. And the guy told me that he wants a mobile app in F#. I thought, wow, that's great. And we had a call with him. So that was a startup from Israel. This guy was a functional developer who started from Haskell. That's why he decided that functional programming is a good way to go. And I thought, yeah, I thought that that's great. The guy wants whole project in F#. That's perfect. That's jackpot. What are we going to use? Of course, we will use GraphQL. Yeah. We will use Cosmos DB. Why not? We will use Gremlin. At least we try. But that was not so easy to use in F#. Cognitive search. Very good stuff. At the time we started the project, the primary way for building mobile apps in F# was a fabulous project, but we discovered that it's not so good because of Xamarin Forms. Yeah. So I tried Elmish Uno. I ported Elmish WPF to Elmish Uno, but the Uno platform was not so good at that time. Now it's perfect, but at the time we wasn't managed to achieve our goal. And client decided to hire a Flutter developer, but that wasn't successful too. Anyway, let's go to GraphQL. What's GraphQL? So it's alternative to HTTP. So it works on HTTP, but alternative to REST. And it allows you to call your API from a single endpoint, and client decides which shape of data the client wants. There is also interesting feature of deferred response. For example, you can ask your client to get several collections, and for example, the first collection is a priority one and the other can be loaded a bit later. So the first one will be responded immediately and the other will go when they're ready, and you will receive them a bit later. Unfortunately, there is no built-in pagination in the standard, but it can be achieved. And there is no authorization in the standard, but that's not a big issue too. So let's have a look how you can use GraphQL. In Postman, you can create an API to test your GraphQL endpoint. That's not hard, so you just need to create an API, select GraphQL, and you have two different options. You have GraphQL SDL and you have a JSON. So let's see how it looks like. If we have a look here, so this is DSL. It's pretty compact and looks similar to JavaScript. And also you can get a JSON which your GraphQL endpoint gives you. So if I send empty request to a GraphQL endpoint, which you can see here, you will get a response. I hope so. With, yeah, here is a JSON. So it's a bit more verbose, but it also can be used. The question is how to convert from JSON to DSL. For that, you can use GraphQL Playground. You just put your URI here, and here you will get a schema. When I worked with that last time, it allowed you to copy that DSL, but now I don't see that, so probably we will need to figure out how to do that. Okay, so doesn't matter for now. How we can test that? As you can see, we can use programs like Postman. We can install GraphQL Playground as a application wrapped into Electron, or use it online. And if we want to attach that to our API, we can add a library. For C#, it's for .NET, it's Banana Cake Pub. Very good, something like a small IDE for building your queries and testing them. Let me tell you one story. So the client decided to create an admin panel for our application, and he hired some junior Angular developer. So we had a conversation with the developer. I explained to him how to authorize, authenticate to our app, and he went to do his work. But that guy wasn't good in communication. So he tried to implement this authentication. I told him that he must not need MSIL.js, but just use for Angular, but just use MSIL.js version 2 and add it as manually, not as component, because there was not such component at the time. He didn't listen me, and in 3 months, after we finally have a call with him and our client and me, I discovered that he's tried all that time to call our API without authentication. That's crazy. So communication skills are very important. And listening to people who know what to do. Okay, so what about schema? We can define different entities in schema. For example, we can define an enumeration. So here's in our enumeration in F# and in C#. Then we can declare it like define enum, and for each value we can set some description. And this is our entity that will be then translated to enum in JSON or DSL. Also, we can have some record. So, for example, we have a record with these 5 fields, and we can then declare it as object of this type. And when this object comes to us, we just extract a particular field for defined fields with that name. If we have some nested object, probably we need to have a call to a database. In that case, we have async field, and using context, we will have a database and call getting that object asynchronously. So if the client decides to get this field, we will call that. If client doesn't decide, we just get stuff from the entity synchronously. Next, we need a root object. So when you define your schema and your query, you go from root, and in that root you have mutations. Like here, you have a root, and then you have mutations and queries. So this is the object which can hold some useful information. In my case, it holds service provider, so that I get another services from dependency injection container. It has information about authentication, user result, and it has object to call a database. Then we need to define that root type as a pretty standard object, and we also can have some fields, for example, request ID, GUID here, in order to trace that request. Then we define our queries and mutations. So it's just, query is just an object, mutation just an object too. It gets a root, and from the root you can specify which fields you can return. Usually they are async fields that call database, and here you can pass a function which will resolve that object from database. Same stuff for mutations. You just need inputs for mutations in order to pass some data. And finally, you create a schema from query, mutation, and some config. If we talk about our mutations, here is how we can define an input. So we can create some record with 2 fields. And for that record, we need to create an input object, which will collect that properties, and then these properties will come to this async field in order to work with them. Of course, you can do that same stuff for queries, for example, to pass filters and so on. How it works? So this is how handler can look like. You have context, field resolve context, and also you can have some object, but now you don't need it here. You just need, I can get root from my context, get database, get container for the database, and pass that to my function that executes this request. And from context, I get these arguments and have a result. Here is our method. So for get, yeah, we have container, we have an argument, and at the end we call this method. It's the same stuff in C# that I have here. Next, we see here that I've got an issue. I've got an issue with some inputs because this define input, it has a few arguments and they are not mandatory. So I just misspelled them, and at the end I've got instead of description I put that into default value and had an issue with that. So you need to be careful about that if you use this library. Oops. And as you work with the project, schema is growing, and you can have some issues with that. When you have a lot of operations, I can show you them here probably. So you have a lot of operations and even more mutations. And it's not so convenient to have so much operations. But what you can do with that? First, you can prepend them with some prefix like here. That's quite good, and you can go with that. Another option is to use nested fields. So this is my mutation, and in group object it can mutate add admin, it can delete this group, it can join someone, current user to this group, leave current user from this group, and patch and remove admin. This approach looks pretty, but it have some drawbacks, because GraphQL treats mutations as mutations. And if you put several mutations one by one in one query, the order will be preserved. But fields inside mutations are just fields, like in query, and it can call it in parallel. So if you call several fields here, you cannot rely on this order that you specify. And the other drawback is generation of testing schema in Postman will look not so good, and you will need to do some manual fixing. But it's how it is. So this is querying and mutating objects. But what if we want to just change several fields, one or a few fields? If we need to patch an entity. In that case, we can go with operation per field, yeah? So just call it with prefix and then set. So, but your schema again will grow and grow. The other option is to have one operation with all the fields, but you need to pass all fields. Not so good. So I decided to try JSON patch. JSON patch is a format which specifies what to do with a particular field. So I defined some input object, JSON patch operation, and pass an array. Here I create with this generic function, I create a definition for each patch operation, and I put it into inputs. And here is a sample of how it works. So first we need to get these patch operations from our context. Then we have to get a container of the database. Then I need to deserialize that patch operations into patch document and create that document. Then I can apply this document here. But before, I need to convert my object to some mutable representation, then apply to that mutable representation, and then convert back to my immutable object and pass it to container to replace. That works, but actually this idea is not so good because GraphQL does not support JSON fields, and it's pretty bad. It's pretty hard to send these patch operations. So I decided to go another way. In my code, I can intercept this operation. So I have patch operation and I have several fields with parameters. And of course, I can pass some of these fields, not all. And this is good, this solves my issue. So I can intercept this call and decide what to do with these fields. And this is what I did. And for each of these fields, the benefit of this, the major benefit, is that you can return an error if some field cannot be patched for some reason, and your client will know why this field haven't patched, but other fields can successfully be patched. So let's summarize. We can use operation per field, which is not so convenient because of schema grow. We can override all, looks stupid. We can have JSON patch, and JSON patch doesn't work well yet in GraphQL, and you cannot control that you patch allowed field. You need to do that logic inside your code. And the last one is nested operation per field, which is a bit complex, but I implemented that one time, so you have that implementation and you can use it. Next, how to integrate that with Azure Function. It's pretty easy. Our library is just needs this HTML request. So in our Azure Function, we just get our HTTP request, get body from it, and pass it to a function that handles the request along with DI container to resolve all the necessary stuff. Then we have GraphQL response, and we need to shape it in the right form to return as JSON. Pretty simple. This is how handler works. So it gets this service provider, it gets stream, it creates a root object, passes service provider into root object, and then we match our request. If it has variables, we execute with query root and variables. If we don't have variables, just query and root. And if we don't have anybody, we return introspection query, which is our JSON with our schema. And the final stuff here, how to add authorization. First of all, it's a standard way of adding authorization to ASP.NET Core, which was created in, I guess, ASP.NET Core 1. Let's see how it works. We have interfaces which can help us. The first one is iAuthOrization requirement. This is marker interface that you implement for your requirement. In my case, it allowed group requirement. what I will do, I will allow to call a particular operation in GraphQL schema depending of user belongs to a group in Azure Active Directory. So if the user belongs to group, I allow to call that operation. If it's not, I don't. So I pass groups for this requirement that I allowed and keep them in a field, in a property. Then for this requirement, we have a handler, allowed group handler, which overrides handle requirement async. And as you can see, it inherits this generic class passing my implementation of iAutorization requirement interface. This is how it's wired together. So this method is pretty simple. If my user is authenticated, then I will do some logic. If not, he is not authenticated, then he cannot work with that endpoint. I get user groups from Microsoft Graph Service. So I pass user ID and get groups. So here I have my groups that user belongs to. And I have required groups from my requirement. And at the end I do intersect. And if it's not empty, then he is allowed. So I just succeed that requirement. Otherwise, I just do nothing and authorization fails. How to wire that up to my function? In Azure Function, it's a good idea that's implemented there is to split your initialization in several classes. You can implement iWebJob startup interface and put logic for a particular area in that extension. For example, this is my HTTP stuff. It's in WebJob HTTP extension startup. What you need is just implement this configure method. You have services from your builder, and as usual, you register your services in your dependency injection container. As you can see, we have here this piece of code. So first, we add authorization, but if you worked without ASP.NET Core authorization, you will see such method, add authorization. This method is my one. I will show you that a bit later. So what you have options, and to options you add a policy. Policy had some name. This is just a string. And for policy, you add your requirements. For example, here, if it's the user allowed to edit books, it must be in the group of book editors. And if view books, it can be book editor or book viewer. And for viewing users, it must be users viewer. Finally, you need to register your handlers that I implemented. So for iAutorization handler, you register the handler and it will handle these requirements. So what's wrong with this add authorization? One moment. So this is how you instruct Azure Functions Runtime to execute this configure method. You just pass your type as assembly level attribute and it's called. So what's wrong with this add authorization? In Azure Functions Runtime, Microsoft still uses .NET Core 2.1. Yeah, 2.1. even though it runs on .NET 6 runtime. So the functions runtime works on .NET 2.1 libraries. And if you call add authorization, you will have a weird error about missing method. And I will show you what to do with that a bit later, because we need to figure out how we can attach these policies to fields. For that, I created an extension method. So as usual, you define a field. Here is a special patch field. And at the end, you call with authorization policies and pass policy names. These are names that we registered previously in our extension. So if we go back here, sorry, some issue with switching, yeah. Okay, so these constants, policies edit books, policies view books, policies viewers, they all are just constants and are used here just to attach our policies. So basically you can pass several policies and they will be applied. So it's pretty simple. And let's have a look at my hack. That's it. So what I do, I don't call this method directly, add authorization, but I extract that one from a library with version 2.1. Microsoft ASP.NET Core authorization. I tried to get that method in pretty way, but it doesn't work now, so I just get it by index, and actually it works, which is very good because you can apply standard recommended approach of authorization to your Azure function, which is pretty convenient and useful. So let's see what benefits we have. Azure function is pretty simple and cheap because you only pay for executions. What drawbacks you have regarding to GraphQL? And not only. If you don't apply some tricks like health endpoint, which is called for in periods of time, you will have cold start. But it's not so costly to fix that. It runs on .NET Core 2.1 libraries. Of course, you can use all the stuff of .NET 6, but not. But if you want to attach authorization, it will don't work unless you do the trick I did. And you can't use subscriptions. GraphQL have a good thing of subscriptions. So you can subscribe to some changes and connect via WebSockets and get notifications about changes in your app. But as long as Azure function is limited in execution time, you can have this connection in WebSockets. It's not a big issue. You can overcome that with some other services. For example, you can use Notification Hub to send this notification, or you can use Service Bus. So that's not a big issue. And let's summarize that. First of all, if you don't use GraphQL, I recommend to use. Of course, I recommend to use it in F#. We have a Gitter channel. We respond there pretty quickly, so join us. And if you work with C#, there is a great library boxed.net with templates that you can get started with GraphQL. If you don't use authorization, but you need it, don't create a bicycle. You need to complete a workshop. It's pretty easy, or just open it and see samples. They are not so hard to understand, and it's very convenient to use, very easy, very well thought. So I recommend. And if you want to get started with F#, you have this list of companies that use F#. You can pin me and we discuss how you can get started. And at the end, you can find all the links on their list website by this QR code. Thank you very much that you attended this session, and I hope you will use GraphQL. You will create cool schema in GraphQL, and maybe you will join our F# community. Bye.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraini.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraini.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great. Slava Ukraine.
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hello, International Office of Thoughts and Prayers. How may I help you? Yeah, let me just stop you there. So we really appreciate you sending your thoughts and prayers to the people in Ukraine. We are unfortunately now at maximum capacity. No, not at all. We're very grateful. It's just that we've got so many that we hardly know what to do with them. Yeah. No, actually, funny you mention it. Instead, we're now actively encouraging people to make donations to those helping Ukrainians be supplied with life-saving equipment, which... Yeah, probably is a better way of stopping a tyrant than good wishes. Yeah, exactly. Your money goes directly towards helping Ukraine defend itself and making sure Putin doesn't invade your country next. Should we start you off at 20 quid? Great! Slava Ukraine!
Luxoft is its people. Without each and every one of you Luxofters, our company would not be what it is. Our Luxofters drive our success, inspire us to achieve more, and generate the IT solutions that define the world of tomorrow. As our people are the core of our business, we make sure we focus our internal practices on our Luxofters. From yoga classes to webinars on mental health, from diversity and inclusion discussions to global community building challenges, from Run for IT to fun family-oriented events, we ensure we provide Luxofters a wide network of services so every member of our community can find the precise support they need. Luxoft focuses on Luxofters so that together we can achieve more.
Hi, my stage. I'm glad to be here. Today, I'll talk about GitOps and will also touch on GitOps implementation in Asia. Let's take a look to agenda. Few words about myself and my experience. Then we will move to GitOps. Take a look. What is it? How it is working? And how can we implement it in Asia? I started in IT more than 20 years ago. Maybe correctly to say 25 years ago. The first step were IT administrator, PC repair. But time has passed. I got a different experience. Worked as a developer, then moved to DevOps and passed Microsoft certifications. In January, I received a nomination in the Microsoft trainee program. I also passed Oracle certification as a Java developer, CNCF as a Kubernetes administrator and Kubernetes developer. I worked on different projects. One of the high-level projects was cybersecurity. But let's finish talking about me and come back to our theme. Okay, what is GitOps? GitOps is like an abbreviation of two words, Git as a GitHub version control system and Ops as an operation task. So, GitOps is a way of implementing continuous deployment for cloud-native application. It focuses on developer-centric experience when operating infrastructure by using tools developers are already familiar with, including Git and continuous deployment tools. I was wondering, does this abbreviation has its explanation in a clear format? And found that it clearly described and documented in www.gitops.tech. Please take a look at this slide. Kelsey Hightower says that we need to stop scripting and start shipping. It's really cool because productivity, first of all, depends on what we deliver for end user and how fast we do this. Also, we need to take a note that enterprise companies' operations must follow many regulatory requirements, data privacy regulation, and security standards. Security should follow the principles of least privilege access. Audits need to track who changed what and when on all production systems. Does GitOps follow these principles? Yes. As I said, GitOps can be applied for the cloud-native applications, like Kubernetes. But Kubernetes isn't secure by default. So, how do we fix these problems? In a few words, Kubernetes separation. It is the answer. And now let's discuss the benefits that GitOps provide for us. Deploy faster. You could say it's part of, for example, Jenkins. I agree. But let's see what you are doing when deploying with Jenkins. First, you go to Jenkins webpage, go to deploy pipeline, add some values that need to be present in deployment. There are 3 actions that you need to do. And in GitOps, what you need to do, only push your changes to repo. Easy and fast error recovery. For this, I can say, git revert. Do you know what's the separation for? And let's imagine if it is in a real Kubernetes cluster. You will need to remember that there are kubectl or Helm commands. Also, your environment needs to be linked to Kubernetes. You need to remember in which namespace you deploy. A lot of things to remember. Or I'm wrong. Easy credentials management. I already mentioned kubectl and Helm. What do you need to connect to Kubernetes cluster? Yes, kubeconfig. So you need to get it, install these credentials files. As from my perspective, it looks like an SSH. Looks at kubectl as new SSH in DevOps world. So next benefits is self-documented deployment. GitOps, first part of this abbreviation is Git. And what it means that all changes, all actions are written and documented to Git. If you need to create a new for example, namespace. Please write about it. New custom resource, please describe it and push this to Git. That's all, nothing more. Shared knowledge in teams. Ooh, you store all environments description in Git. The DevOps team has permission to read from this Git repo. Looks like that it's what we need to share knowledge between team members. Each time that I did a new deployment of infrastructure, I also acted as a tech writer because I needed to describe what I did to set up this environment. With GitOps approach, all of processes are documented in a technical way because it's present in the VCS and team members can access it. I say Git so many times. Let me apologize. When I'm talking about Git, I'm talking about VCS, Version Control Systems. So it has a lot of benefits, but let's deep dive in GitOps. GitOps can be implemented in two different ways, push and pull base. Let's take a look at this diagram. What do you see there? That some applications Git repo is present. It holds an application code. After new changes appear in repo, some process is starting that produces a new container image. From the Azure side, you can use a rig. It is Azure Container Registry tasks. You ask me, what this task do? Task is a part of the Azure Container Registry that can get Docker file, container build instructions from repo and create a new image. In Azure, there are a lot of, let's say, helpers that can improve DevOps life. But let's continue with this diagram. The main idea here is two things, trigger and deploy. Trigger is a part of a process that adds changes or notify environment repo. And when new changes appear in the environment repo, it starts the deploy process. Next is a pull-based deployment. In this deployment, we also have an application repo and also has processes that are responsible for building and updating repo. But in this case, it's appear a new thing, operator. What is this operator? Operator observes the repository for changes, and if it appears, he updates deployment in Kubernetes. It continuously comparing the desired state in the environment repository with the actual state in deployed infrastructure. Whenever differences are noticed, the operator updates the infrastructure to match the environment repository. Additionally, the image registry can be monitored to find new version of images to deploy. So the main and important difference of this approach is how it adds changes to the repository. And now GitOps in AKS. To describe this approach in Azure, I'll take an official Azure documentation. First, the single point of trust is the GitHub repository that holds the provisioned AKS cluster configuration. The repository stores all AKS application manifests and cluster infrastructure desired states. Every change to the cluster happens under version control. In this case, GitHub has such functionality. GitHub ensures review for the changes, prevent unintented or unauthorized changes, enforce desired quality checks. Second, Flux. Flux is a GitOps operator and controller, and it's the only component that can make changes to the cluster. Flux pulls cluster desired state changes from GitHub and syncs them into AKS. So, Flux pulls desired change from the GitHub, detects any configuration drifts, reconciles the state in the Kubernetes cluster, manages gatekeeper and applications, update itself. Open Policy Agent Gatekeeper. He enforces policies with a validating admission webhook. Gatekeeper validates cluster configuration changes against provisioned policies and applies changes only if they comply with the policies. Sincere Security Tower. It is a GitOps control kit that provides an overview of all AKS clusters and helps manage policies. Sincere Tower is responsible for assembles all cluster images in an overview that shows which versions are deployed and identify outdated images. He provides feedback on policy violations via pull requests, PR. Introduce risk acceptance whenever policies can't be applied for good reasons. Provides security policies to Open Policy Agent Gatekeeper. GitOps in AKS consists of such things as AKS themselves, Azure Kubernetes Service. I will not describe what AKS is. I will only say that it is an Azure vision of Kubernetes. Then it is GitHub. It is a well-known solution that can store a codebase, like distributed version control system. Flux is an operator that is responsible for observing repositories and applying changes. Flux gave for such features. So, source configuration from Git, Helm repositories, and compatible buckets, as for example Minio. Customize and Helm support. Event-triggered and periodic reconciliations. Integration with Kubernetes role-based access controller. Health assessment for cluster and workloads. Dependency management for infrastructure and workloads. Alerting to external systems as a webhook senders. External events handling as webhook receivers. Automated container image updates to Git. It's doing image scanning and patching. Policy drive validations. Seamless integrations with VCS providers such as GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket. Interoperability with workflow providers, GitHub Actions, as for example, or Argo CD. Interoperability with cluster IP, like CAPI providers. The next is Gatekeeper. Gatekeeper is a policy operator. As I mentioned previously, Kubernetes is not a secure solution. So Gatekeeper will take care about policy and its implementation in Kubernetes. Gatekeeper introduces the following functionality as an extensibility parameterized policy library, native Kubernetes custom resource definitions for installing the policy library, native Kubernetes custom resource definitions for extending the policy library, and also audit functionality. Last thing is Sinclair Tower. As about the Sinclair Tower, I will not describe it in all, but let me read what Friedrich Rapp, he is a Chief Information Security Officer at Raiffeisen Group, says. With Sincere Security Tower, our security teams get the insights they need into who changes what and when in our workloads. Information which would otherwise be buried in Git repository is now very easy to view. So it's like a viewer for the whole information that happens inside your GitOps process.
Good, so we mostly finished with GitOps and its component, and let's switch to Azure. In this slide, you can see part of Azure Cloud, Azure ARC. I think that it's abbreviation of architecture, but I'm not sure. Azure Arc, what it can do? It can do a lot of different stuff, but for now it is interesting for us because it can implement GitOps in connected Kubernetes cluster. In brief, Azure Arc is a complex solution that can operate in a hybrid environments, helping teams to manage not only Kubernetes cluster, but also virtual machines, databases, applications, solutions. Azure Arc offers simplified management, faster app development, and consistent Azure services. Easily organize, govern, and secure Windows and Linux servers, SQL Server, and Kubernetes cluster across data centers and multi-cloud environment in Azure. Also, architect, design, and build cloud-native apps, anywhere without sacrificing central visibility and control.
Key features of Azure Arc are: implement consistent inventory, management, governance, and security for your servers across your environment. Configure Azure Virtual Machine extensions to use Azure Management Services to monitor, secure, and update your servers. Manage and govern Kubernetes cluster at scale. Zero-touch compliance and configuration of your Kubernetes cluster using Azure Policy. Run Azure Data Servers on Azure Kubernetes environment as if it runs in Azure. Specifically, Azure SQL Managed Instance and Azure Database for PostgreSQL Hyperscale with benefits such as upgrades, updates, security, and monitoring. Use Elastic-Scale and apply updates without any application downtime, even without continuous connection to Azure. Create custom location on top of your Azure Arc-enabled Kubernetes cluster, using them as target location for deploying Azure Service instances, deploying your Azure Service Cluster extensions for Azure Arc-enabled data services, app services on Azure Arc, including Web, Function, Logic App, and Event Grid on Kubernetes. Unified experience viewing your Azure Arc-enabled resources, whether you are using the Azure Portal or Azure CLI or Azure PowerShell or Azure REST API.
In demo, I'll show you how to run GitOps inside the Azure. Before this demo, I already prepared several stuff for us. I prepared for us an Azure Container Registry. Here it is, MS Stage 2022. Inside this Azure Container Registry, as I previously mentioned, I created one repo. Here it is, this repo, sample MS Stage demo, and also inside the sample MS Stage demo I already pushed one container. But as I told you, Microsoft has a lot of different tricks, and these tricks already I'm using them inside the Azure. So what I did here, I added one task. Here it is, here's my task. This task, go to my repo, this one, go inside this folder, read this Docker file, and create container based on these two Go files. This is a sample Go application which produced for us a one-page application with simple hello MS Stage. Okay, how it's working? Let's see. It's already I already run it several times. It's run based on the commits and provide for us logs. You can get these logs from using this button, logs, and you can see full scope of Docker container builds procedure. One interesting thing is that it also displays how this task is working and running. I put it the sample of this task inside my repo, inside the ACR folder. Here it is, task YAML. And you can see that it's simply taking a new build with MStage demo latest, reading the file and building it from main folder. Then he running the push directive and push this container inside Azure Container Registry. So it's embedded task for the Azure Container Registry. Good. As you remember, separation of resource inside the Microsoft, one of the easiest way to do it is to create a resource group. So I created a resource group MStage, and inside this resource group I will create an Azure Kubernetes service. What I will do, I will go here, Kubernetes service, create. By the way, if you don't have a subscription inside Azure, please create it. You will have $100 United States for 1 year, and you can simply check how it's working, and you can create the same one deployment for you. So cluster name, let's just be MS stage. Okay. I using, as you remember, my group was inside the Friends Central, so I will put my Kubernetes, the same one here, Friends Central. It's my demo, so I don't need high availability systems. I will disable all of this. Kubernetes version 1.21.7. Okay, let's leave it by default. Let's change size to the smallest one because it's demo. I will use B2. How much it costs? It costs $34. Okay, let's do manual. I think one will be enough for us. Next, node pools, agent pool. Okay, virtual nodes, I don't need them. Authentications will be system assigned, manage identity, it's okay. Role-based access control, okay. Active Directory, I don't need it, but as you see, you can manage your Kubernetes cluster based on the Azure Active Directory. Encryption and the rest. Okay, networking. I prefer to use Container Network Interface, CNI. Virtual network it will create for me. Subnets, yes. Service, okay. Okay, HTTP routing, I don't think that I will need them. And I prefer network policy based on the Azure integrations. It's interesting things because you can simply integrate your Azure Container Registry with your Kubernetes cluster. For this, you need to mention about these integrations in your Kubernetes service create wizard, and that's all. It will do all kind of the magic when it will be created this service. Container monitoring, it's demo. Let's disable it. Azure policy, enable, and advanced CSI, I don't think that I need them. Tagging, yeah, it's very wonderful and very useful things, because we can tag any kind of your cluster, and that's, for example, value true. This, for example, you will need to create some kind of query or something like this. Yeah, it will do it. Okay, yeah, it will be everywhere. Review and create, and right now he calculate changes that I did under my creation of this service. Create, and voila, it's initialized deployment and starting create my Kubernetes service. Deployment in a progress. So first of all, let's create VNet. VNet is the connectors between Azure Container Registry and my AKS cluster. And let's jump inside our resource group. Let's wait until it's created. From my previous experience, it will take me as 5 minutes. So let's back to my repository, and I'll show you what I want to create using the GitOps approach. Inside my GitHub repo, I want to create deployment. This deployment described in folder mstage, and it's simple deployment, simple Kubernetes deployment. So, but one interesting thing, I want to create this deployment inside the namespace mstage app. So first I will need to create this mstage app, and then create deployment inside this mstage app. As you can see, I'm creating deployment. It's this deployment, it's linking to my container inside the Azure Container Registry. It's using some scope of the resources, container port 8080, the same one as I described in my code, and service with cluster IP. It is my deployment, but let's back to repo, and you will see that I already create a folder namespaces where I pushed description of my namespace. As you see, API version v1 namespace and this namespace name. Also, I labeled it with the same name. Okay, I think that it's clear. So what I will need to do inside my GitOps, it's first of all, it's need to go inside this folder namespace, create this namespace inside the AKS, and only after this it will need to create an mstage app. Yeah, so let's check what's with our deployment. What's it doing? Deployment in progress. It's creating container, so I think it will be created in few minutes. Yeah, it's already created this container, this cluster. Let's take a look to this cluster. So Azure inside the portal provide a big scope of interesting communication and interesting views of our cluster. First of all, we can take a look inside the namespaces that will be inside the cluster, workloads, it's called any kind of deployments, services and ingress, storage, and configurations, like config map, etc. Yeah, by default, Azure Kubernetes Services support GitOps, and we can simply create GitOps configuration here, but let's do it with Azure Arc. It will be much more easy and much more comfortable for us, because it will we will do Azure Arc enabled with simple one command, and I'll show you how to do it. Okay, so inside the mstage, what we see here, deployment in progress. I think that it's still need like 1 or 2 minutes maybe some less. But let's take a look at inside the resource group. When we creating an Kubernetes service, Azure also creates such things as virtual machine skill sets, network security groups, Azure managed identities, external public IP address, Kubernetes load balancer, and managed identity. One of them will be for the Azure policies, and second one will be for the agent pool, for the connection inside the agent pool. But let's see what we have inside our cluster. Wow, it's too long. Wow, it's too long. Let's see operation details. What's it doing? It's duration 5 minutes. 5 minutes 3 seconds, so maybe some kind of delay on Azure side, but I'm not sure about this. Okay, net scope of the resources that we need to create GitOps connection, it's Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes service. Yeah, as you see, deployment succeeded and cluster is created. So let's create this Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes. Let's type ARC Kubernetes Azure Arc. Yeah. It will open a new wizard for us. It's some information that you will need to connect your Kubernetes cluster inside the Azure Arc. As you see, that version of your cluster need to be 1.13 or later. Ports 443 and 9418 need to be open. Also, this will generate for us an Azure CLI script. You will need to install the latest connected K8s extensions, and you will need to have a kubectl file with cluster admin permissions. So, okay, let's go there. Cluster name MS stage. Yep. Region will be France Central, and cluster it's not behind the proxy server. So okay, next will be the text. As you see, you can provide different texts there, and then it will provide for you such as this script for the Azure connections. Let's copy them and run. I prefer to use and build it Cloud Shell. Reconnecting, open new Cloud Shell. I think that you remember that we will need, first of all, have the Azure Kubernetes service kubectl file. So let's edit inside our Cloud Shell. AZAKS get credentials. Name of our cluster it's MS stage, and group it's the same, MS stage. Okay. Merged MS stage as a current context inside my kubectl. Next step is to enable Azure Arc connected cluster. Let's run it. As you see, this operation may take some minutes for a while. Let's just wait. let's see that our Azure Arc Kubernetes cluster is enabled. So let's go to our MS stage. Let's do refresh. Here it is, our Azure Arc, and let's do GitOps. So push the button GitOps, create Flux version 2, configuration name, let it be MS stage, namespace MS stage. Scope, it's interesting things. If we want to do any changes inside whole of our cluster, we need to push this button, provide the configuration for the whole cluster. Or if we plan to work only inside one namespace, in this case we can leave namespace. Next, here it is, we need to add our repository. So copy, add them, branch, I'm using the master branch, I'm inside the public repo, sync interval, let it be 2 minutes. Next, and now we need to do some kind of the customization. As I told you, we have an application that installed and described inside the folder MS stage. The same one, interval, let's be 2 minutes. Trial interval will be the same as a sync interval, prune because we want to prune everything, and force our deployment, save. And second one, customization, it's our namespace, so let's name it namespace. Configuration stored inside the folder namespaces. Let it be the same one, 2 minutes. Prune, force, and save. Voila. And now let's do some kind of the tricks, because first of all we need to create namespace and then apply our deployment inside this namespace. So let's go inside the application, depends on namespace, save. Next, review, let's check our configuration and create. Voila, it's running. What it's doing, it's go inside our repository, read all of the configurations that we described inside the MS stage folder and namespaces folder, and then apply this configuration inside our Kubernetes cluster. Okay, let's go to our Kubernetes cluster, namespaces, and let some wait. As it will take near 2 minutes. 2 minutes passed, and what we see that our GitOps Flux extensions and GitOps configuration was created successfully. And after the refreshing, we will see that our MS Stage app is present, and this namespace is present also. Let's jump inside the workloads and let's see that inside the MS Stage app we have our deployment ARC K8s demo. Here it is. Our application is up and running. So that's probably all from my side. Thank you. If you have any other questions, please contact me.
Thank you for all of you being here with us today. I hope you enjoyed the conference and received answers for all your questions. I would like to say thank you to our sponsors, Wirex and Luxoft companies. Thank you very much for resources you dedicate to the community. Also, I would like to say thank you to our speakers. Thank you very much for your time, dedication, and of course for your knowledge you are sharing for free. Vladimir Putin made a fatal mistake. He thought that Ukraine can live kneeling. This is not the case. Let's fight for our future, support our families, friends, and definitely our powerful army. Glory to Ukraine. See you on MS Stage 2023.